Let's all stand.
Please open the commission.
The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Before I call on you, Ms Hutchins, I should note that Commissioner Briggs is unable to be with us today. She's very unwell and she will read the transcript of the hearing when she's recovered. Yes, Ms Hutchins.
Thank you, Commissioner. Our first witnesses today is a panel of chefs who have experience working in aged care facilities. I call the next witnesses Nicholas Hall, Timothy Deverell and Lindy Torford.
I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and
and
nothing but the truth.
nothing but the truth.
I solemnly and sincerely
I solemnly and sincerely
declare and affirm
that
the evidence I shall give
the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
I solemnly and sincerely
I solemnly and sincerely
declare and affirm
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Now, Mr Hall, could you please state for the transcript your full name?
Nicholas Michael Zane Hall?
And you have prepared a statement for the Commission?
Yes.
For our records, it's wit.0215.0001.001. Is this a copy of your statement now dated the 4th of July 2019?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to read over your statement before giving evidence today?
Yes.
And do you wish to make any changes to the statement?
No.
And to the best of your knowledge and belief, are the contents of your statement true and correct?
Yes.
I tender that statement.
Yes, the witness statement of Nicholas Michael Zane Hall dated the 4th of July 2019 will be Exhibit 6-43.
Mr Deverell, please state your full name for the transcript.
Timothy John Deverell.
Operator, please go to wit.0216.0001.001. This is a statement dated 19th of June 2019. Did you prepare this statement for the Commission?
Yes, I did.
And have you had the opportunity to read over the statement before giving your evidence today?
Yes, I have.
Do you wish to make any amendments?
No,
And to the best of your knowledge and belief, are the contents of your statement true and correct?
they are.
I tender that statement.
Is the witness statement of Timothy John Deverell dated 19 June 2019 will be Exhibit 6-44.
And Ms Torford, could you please state your full name for the transcript?
Lindy Marie Twyford.
And have you prepared a statement for the Commission?
I have.
Operator document wit.0270.001.001. Is this your statement dated the 28th of June 2019?
It is.
Have you had the opportunity to read over your statement before giving evidence today?
I have.
Do you wish to make any amendments?
No.
And to the best of your knowledge and belief, are the contents of your statement true and correct?
That's true and correct.
I tender that statement.
Is the witness statement of Lindy Marie Twyford dated the 11th of April 2019 will be Exhibit 6-45.
Now, starting with you, Mr Hall, you have been a chef for over 30 years.
Yes.
And paragraph 5 of your statement identifies that from 1999 you have worked as a chef in Australia, both in permanent and contract positions, over a range of large commercial kitchens, including aged care facilities.
Yes, that's true.
And between 2013 to 2015, you worked as a chef, manager and trainer for a company that provided food services to a residential aged care facility.
That's correct.
And for the purposes of today, rather than naming that provider, we'll refer to them as a food services company.
Yes.
And how many residents were at that facility where the food services company provided the food services?
It was up to about 120. 100 were full-time residents and 20 to 25 were temporary residents that were coming in and out of hospital.
And what did your responsibilities include in that role?
compiling menus, getting the menu choices from the residents, ordering, catering, taking care of all the food service attendants, making sure all the food went out on time, and overseeing the whole catering operation.
And then from November 2017 to April 2018, you worked as a chef manager for an aged care provider that ran its food services on site, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how many residents were at that facility?
There is 80 residents, and we also catered for a wing for temporary people that were coming in for dialysis on a daily basis,
And what did your responsibilities include in that role?
overseeing the entire kitchen, all the food service attendants, cooking, catering, dishes, cleaning, receiving stock, and everything to do with the cooking, pretty much.
Mr. Deverell, you hold executive chef manager positions for most of the past 30 years,
Correct.
and 11 of those years have been in aged care facilities on either a full-time or contract basis.
Yes.
And what did your role typically involve?
So I'll be hiring the staff, training the staff, doing the rosters, ordering the food, supplier contracts, checking the meal quality, making sure paperwork is all done, following the food safety program, doing any amendments to the food safety program, liaising with the rest of the nursing home in terms of the nursing unit managers, attending family meetings, getting complaints, dealing with the complaints, working out new procedures, new solutions to fix the problems.
Mm-hmm. And what numbers of residents would you typically be cooking for?
Normally around 100 to 150. The last place was 250.
Mm-hmm. And Ms. Tweeford, you currently work in a residential aged care facility, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've worked there for 33 years?
Yep, that's correct.
And you started as a general services officer?
I did.
And your current role is a hospitality food safety manager?
Hospitality manager.
Yes. And how many years have you been in that role for?
Between 16 years, 17 years. Yeah.
And so how did you transition from your role as a general service officer to your current role as a hospitality manager?
I was asked would I like to cook? So I did, and I made my way up through there, put myself through TAFE, Business Catering Advanced Certificate, and then went into the role of cooking.
And how many residents are in your facility?
65.
And what does your role typically involve?
Overseeing the catering, the menus, liaising with the residents, food safety, liaising with the catering, the nursing care manager and the GM, just typical running of the kitchen.
And you mentioned that you have put yourself through training through a Business Catering Advanced Certificate.
That's correct.
What does that certificate involve?
Involves all the part of the chef, all the cooking, accounting, all the operations of catering business.
Do you think that training has provided you with the information that you need to be able to do your job well now?
Absolutely, it was a definite good beginning for that.
And Mr. Deverell, what training and qualifications do you hold?
I've got a certificate for commercial cookery. I've got a HACCP certificate, external food safety auditor certificate, train the trainer certificate 4, and a diploma in banking and finance.
Mm-hmm. And do you think that those qualifications have prepared you for the demands of working in residential aged care facilities?
No.
What do you think was lacking in that training that would be helpful?
So the aged care industry, a lot of the food served now, some residential places are up to 70% are on texture modified diets. Nowhere during any of my training did I receive anything on texture modified diet.
Mm-hmm. And Mr. Hall, what are your training and qualifications?
A New Zealand General Catering Certificate. I was trained in the Army in New Zealand. After I moved to Australia, I've got Certificate 3 and 4 in commercial cookery. Also hold a HACCP certificate and food safety certificates.
And do you think that training has prepared you for the demands of working in residential aged care?
No, it's the same. You get no training on texture modifications, thickened fluids, and nothing prepares you for that side of it. And what would happen? You don't get told what would happen if a resident gets fed the wrong texture modification or liquid.
Yes. And did the training cover issues relating to specific nutritional needs for elderly people?
No.
How about in both of your experiences?
No. I mean, when I went through commercial cookery, they didn't even mention aged care. So nutritional needs weren't discussed at all.
Yes. And
There's ongoing training through the industry with speech pathologists on texture modifying, with the dietitians. There's other areas of training with in the dementia and what foods they eat. That's like training our staff provide with myself as well.
Sure. Thank you. And you mentioned as well, Ms. Twyford, that the residential aged care facility you work assists with training and career pathway
Absolutely.
development.
Yes.
Is that something that you see as being important to achieving good food outcomes for residents?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. They're very good with that. They always look at improving the training for staff to enable them to do their work.
And Mr. Hall, in your experience, has additional training been something that's been offered by the facilities or providers you've worked for?
It is, if you can call it training. It's usually a half-hour session that the staff will do at home on a computer. There's no trainers provided, there's no examples, there's no actual teaching. It's just read and tick and flick.
What's the type of subject matter that would be covered in those training?
Some of them would be texture modification, but yet again, that no one's taught actually how to do it manually. Elder abuse, and just general subjects like that. Mainly it's just so they can tick it off to say that we've trained our staff in that. But the training is very minimal.
And what do you think would be more advantageous in terms of training?
A proper TAFE course, where for the food service attendants especially, and the chefs, where they actually get to learn the different texture modifications, how to prepare those modifications, and thicken liquids, and things like that.
And Mr. Deverell, in your roles, have you been responsible for menu planning?
I've been involved in a menu planning, but normally it gets taken out of my hands.
And do you know what the food budget is that's usually required to be worked within?
Yeah, I do. They normally give me a food budget to work within. Yep.
And what is that? What's your experience? What kind of budgets have you been given?
So it varies hugely. Top of the range, good places are between $14 and $17 per resident per day. At the other end of the scale, it's around $6.50 to $7 per resident per day.
Yeah. And if you're given a budget of around $14 to $17 a day, what are the types of foods you're able to provide for residents?
So normally we get better cuts of meat, you've got better quality vegetables, you're using less processed food, you're buying less food in, so you're able to make food fresh, like a lasagna for instance, you can make it from scratch. You've normally got more labour along with that food budget as well, and so you can prepare everything properly the way it's traditionally meant to be made.
And when you have a budget more around the $7 a day mark, how does that impact on the type of food you're able to provide?
Yeah, well, you're normally getting secondary cuts of meat. Normally the vegetables are second quality. You have to throw a certain portion out because you have to order a carton to get in under your food budget. Because you're throwing a certain percentage out, you're giving less to the residents, so they end up with smaller portion sizes. The protein content is normally smaller in those places. It's not good.
And is there a difference in the amount of fresh or frozen foods that you're able to use in both of those circumstances?
Yeah, so like I said, at the top end of the scale, you're using a lot of fresh produce. At the bottom end, it's normally processed, packet or frozen food that you're using. Yeah.
And Mr Hall, across the facilities you have worked in, have you been involved in menu planning?
Yes.
Yes. And what's the typical type of budget that you've been required to work within?
For our outside caterer that's in, usually around $6.25 a day, and that's not real money because you're ordering through their in-house system, which is inflated prices, so they can get a rebate at the back end of the year. So, for instance, if I was ordering, for one example, the gluten-free bread wasn't on the in-house system. I was going down to the supermarket to buy that. It was $4. Once the catering institution had put that loaf of bread into their system, I was paying $8 for it.
And so when you were working for that particular catering provider, were you required to order through that type of system when food was available on it?
99% of the food was ordered through that system, yes.
And what was a typical budget that you were working with when you were working in-house at the facility?
I believe it was about $7.20 a day.
And what were the types of food that you were able to prepare for residents on that type of budget?
Well, it wasn't great, that's for sure. You know, you're having to cut corners. You're having to use frozen foods. You're having to use processed foods just to feed the residents. And at the end of the meal, if the resident was still hungry and they wanted more food, there was no more food to give them. They would be rationed down. So if you were making, say, rissoles for 80 people, they would supply 5 kilos of mince. So you've got to extend that out with, say, grated carrot, breadcrumbs, and that kind of thing, and just to make sure that every resident had 2 rissoles and there's nothing left over.
And Ms Tweeford, you note in your statement that at your facility you have $16 per resident per day.
That's
for the
correct.
budget. And what type of food are you able to serve with that amount?
For examples of it, like have filet mignon, salt and pepper squid, seafood baskets, good quality meat. We have a combination of fresh and frozen because there are some good products of frozen foods. But I'm really lucky that the facility, that the utmost importance is the food.
Mm-hmm. And in instance where you do need to serve frozen food, do you note that there's a difference in the quality of the types of frozen food that you're able to provide?
Yes and no. I also think it's the way it's cooked. I think that we have things like combi ovens and I suppose we have all mostly fresh vegetables. There might be only peas and beans that are frozen. So, yeah.
And in your witness statement, you note, for example, if you need to buy party pies, you're able to buy more like a top of the market one, which has got real meat. What kind of difference does that make to what the cheaper options may be?
Well, I think when you purchase party pies, we do things like pulled pork, beef cheeks, chicken and leek. And I think that's it's better quality meats in there for them. But it's also the way it's presented to the resident at dinner time. If the facilities can't afford it, it's putting it on a nice plate with sauces and its presentation to them.
Sure. And when you hear of the experience of the other gentlemen on the panel that they've been working with budgets at around $7 a day, do you think you'd be able to provide such good quality food if you were working within that type of budget?
No, I don't. No.
Mr. Deverill, in your statement, you identify a number of instances of unsafe or substandard food preparation practices that you've witnessed in residential aged care facilities. What do you think are some of the worst examples you've seen?
Reusing food that's already been out served to the resident and come back to the kitchen. They use that for the texture modified diets. Reheating texture modified food in a cold bain-marie. So texture modified food's high risk. Not storing food correctly. I've had one place where the fridge temperature for the whole day was 14 degrees. Reported it to manager and they said under the food safety plan I only have to take the temperature once a day, and they did it at midnight. At midnight it was 4 degrees. But the food was in the danger zone for the whole day. So yeah, I could go on, there's endless examples.
Yes, you noted also maggot-infested rubbish stored between serving trolleys.
Yeah.
Is that something that would be a common occurrence, or?
No, that was an unusual occurrence, and that kitchen was the dirtiest kitchen I've been in. That's in a quite upmarket residential aged care facility where the catering is contracted out to a third-party caterer. And the manager told me that had staffing issues, and the staff literally had walked out, but they didn't get anybody else in to take the rubbish out or clean the kitchen. They had no cleaning chemicals in the kitchen at all to clean anyway. All the containers were empty. The fridge was full of rotten food. We could have filled a box trailer, 8x5, with a cage with the rotten food from the cool room that we pulled out. The chicken was green, the sausages were green. They expected to use them that day.
And Ms Tweeford noted the importance of the way that food is served to residents, particularly, say, the use of crockery. I note in your witness statement you indicate that something you've observed is that food served on disposable plates.
Yeah.
Is that something you come across often?
With the third-party caterers, it is, because normally they've cut the labour back and they have no labour to clean, so it's just easier to serve everything on disposable plates covered with plastic, and then when it comes back, it just goes in the bin.
Mr Hall, when you were engaging in menu planning at either of the jobs that you've referred to in your statement, did you find there was much flexibility and variety in the menus that you could create?
Not at all. A lot of aged care facilities now are using one system, and that system is all drop-down boxes when you're compiling the menu, and those drop-down boxes are very restrictive. A lot of the time, you might only have 2 or 3 choices for a meal, and you've really got to work through and juggle it around so the meals aren't that repetitive at all. But it is pretty impossible. For a season or 3 months, we'll do a 4-week rotating menu that will be done 3 times during that season. So, and we try to make it, try to change it up a bit, you know. But it is very, very repetitive, and I found different items have started appearing on that system that only come from one supplier. So I have a feeling that that supplier and the system, they're working together. So there's some kickbacks involved there.
And so in effect you're restricted to creating menus based on the food that was available to you in this system?
That's correct, and there's no area in these drop-down boxes where you can say, okay, I want to do shepherd's pie that night, and I'll enter that in. That wasn't available at all. You had to juggle it around.
How often would you see meals, the same meal being repeated to residents?
Sometimes twice a week. So, you know, when you're looking at a 3-month period, that's, 8 times in a month and 24 times in 3 months. It gets a bit boring.
And Mr Deverell, what's your experience in terms of the repetition of meals?
Yeah, so I actually see it more than twice a week, sometimes 3-4 times a week. Especially the party pie option or a hot dog option of a night time, which is normally a cocktail Frankfurt. That's quite often repeated because it's cheap and they don't need to have a chef on site at the time to distribute that, to cook that. Yeah.
And Ms Tweeford, what's your experience in terms of the repetition of particular meals?
Not all that. No, we don't repeat a lot. I suppose when we do our menus, we ask the residents, we have surveys, we have resident meetings, and their requests, they have favourites like roast dinners and silverside and cutlets and the party pies of an evening and things like that. And that's because that's what they like. And the reason that they like that is, and that's why we provide the food that we do. It might be repetitive in some cases, but it's what they request. So we provide that for them.
And Mr Deverell, in your experience, has there been much resident input in menu design?
No. Normally the menu goes out, and then when the residents complain, that's when we get their input, and then we make changes according to their input. But it's normally a menu goes out first.
What would be common complaints that you receive?
Normally it'll be that they don't like the food item. So we might have a stir fry on, and we're in a predominantly Greek or Italian nursing home, and they don't like the stir fry. So it'll be something along those lines, or they don't like the choices. Sometimes you'll end up with fish 2 or 3 days in a row. They don't like that either. So yeah.
Mr Hall, what types of complaints would you usually hear?
The same. If it's, if you've got a predominantly Anglo-Saxon type clientele, and they don't want a curry, and they don't want a stir fry and that kind of thing. But when you're going through the drop-down boxes, sometimes that's all that's available on that day, because you've already used the other items on preceding or following days, so you've got to juggle it in there. The main complaint that I would get would be about the temperature of the food.
And why is that?
Because the facilities I work for won't pay the money to have a hot box. The food will go onto a trolley that's open air, just a tray, a plate. We preheat the plates, but they only stay hot for so long, and then they're covered with a plastic cover. If they're, and if there's quite a few residents that need to be fed, then the last 50% of the residents are getting a cold meal.
And for those that aren't aware, what's a hot box?
Just a big metal container, heater with shelves that plugs in, that has a fan, just like a portable oven on wheels, and that you could wheel around. That keeps its temperature, keeps the food at a safe temperature.
Yes.
And a desirable temperature for what you want to eat.
Yes. And is the use of a hot box something you would recommend should be fairly standard practice?
It should be mandatory.
Mr Deverell, what's your experience in terms of the delivery of food in the residential aged care facilities, and whether there's systems or equipment in place to ensure that the residents get their meals at the right temperature?
Yeah, it varies hugely between facilities. At the top end, we had a hot and cold unit. We put one tray of food in there, hot on one side, cold on the other side, and that gets wheeled around to the residents, so they get both a hot and cold meal at the right temperature. And then you go to the bottom end, where they'll have just food on a tray, as Nick was saying, just food on a tray on an open trolley wheeled around. They have limited staff to distribute the meals, and by the time we've plated up the food and the resident gets it, could be 30, 40 minutes later, and by then the food is cold. Yeah.
And Ms Twyford, what types of systems or processes do you have in place at your facility in relation to service of food?
We have the hot box. We have crockery with lids on it. We have there's a limit to the staff when it's prepared. This is for tray service. We contact the care staff, and they come in the time to put the meal out, so it's not cold, because that can be an issue. We serve the residents in the dining room. It's just like a restaurant service, so that it isn't cold.
Yes, and you note in your statement, just in relation to the calling of the care staff, that that's a matter of, as each resident's ready to eat, they'll be called, so the food is served directly to that resident. Is that correct? That's
correct. That's when there are feeds and they have to be fed. So we put a system in place that when the care staff is ready, they come to the kitchen. We make sure that the tray's ready, and then we put the food hot onto the tray for them to take individually. They finish that resident and they come back. And if there's an issue, they ring the kitchen, and we wait.
And you mentioned it also, the use of crockery for your residents. I understand that you have a special type of crockery that you use, is that correct?
Yeah, I have different types of special in the crockeries. One's a comfort plate. Sometimes a resident who needs aids, they put plastic guards on plates if they try and assist with feeds. We've found a comfort plate that is a bit higher at one end, that allows the resident to feed themselves without looking different, without being singled out as having to have assistance. And that's brought many a tear to the eyes of those that are able then to not look different. And the other thing is there's on the cups, there's coloured spots to enable the sight impaired resident to know where to put the cup, and then it won't spill because of a higher lip. There's quite a few advantages, and it's made the lives of our residents really special for eating
Yes.
time.
How important is it to those residents to be able to maintain the independence of eating through the use of those types of aids?
Oh, very important. Very, yeah. It's made their lives. As I said, one gentleman, when he used it, he cried and said how he wasn't different anymore. He felt this special.
Turning to the matter of involvement of dietitians or nutritionists in menu design, in your experience, Mr. Deverill, have nutritionists or dietitians been involved in the menu design process?
The dietitian's not involved in the menu design. I've not had that happen yet. What happens is normally the menu is prepared and then it gets sent to the dietitian for approval. Normally they're looking for the balance, making sure there's enough chicken, beef, fish, vegetarian options, protein options throughout the week. They're looking for that sort of balance.
Yes. And are there any limitations on the effectiveness of these reviews based on the menus?
Yeah, they always put a qualifier on the bottom of their covering letter to say that they were limited in what they could assess in terms of the nutritional value of the menu. They don't receive any recipes, so they don't know what the portion sizes are, whether we're giving 20 grams of chicken or 100 grams of chicken. They don't know whether we're using processed food or fresh food because they haven't seen a recipe. And they don't see how we're plating it up, how we're presenting the food. They don't see any of that.
And are the menus that have been reviewed by the dietitians followed by the kitchen?
No, not always. Sometimes there's the incorrect food's ordered, so you don't have the food there to prepare the menu item. So you will change the substitute a food item in there, and normally it's with a cheaper or a lesser option. So the third-party caterers do that quite often. They don't follow the menu and they substitute in that menu. So even though the menu's been approved by a dietitian, it's not being followed by the chefs because they haven't got the stock.
Do you have anything to add to that, Mr. Hall, in your experience?
Yeah, the nutritionists are there just solely so, in my experience, so the home or the third-party facility can say, we have a dietitian or a nutritionist, have a look. But when I was at the aged care provider, I think I saw her once a month for 1 hour, and I think it was once every 2 months, 1 hour when I was at the third-party caterer. It's just there so they can say that we have a nutritionist that will come in, but they don't have time. They don't sit down with them. If they were really doing this properly, they'd be sitting down with every resident. They'd be weighing the resident to seeing how much weight's being lost, because that's the biggest thing. You see residents wasting away because they're not getting enough food, and yeah, it's just a joke.
And Ms. Tweeford, what's your experience in terms of dietitian involvement in menu design at your facility?
Yeah, I have good relationships with the dietitians. We have our menu reviewed by an external dietitian, and she's been into the facility, she's looked at the workflows, she's looked at the menus, she's looked at how the recipes are produced. She asks for 2 pages sent to her about everything that's in those recipes, the portion sizes, the ingredients, how it's cooked. We also have dietitians come in regularly to the facility. If there's a resident needs reviewing, they'll review it, then the dietitian will come and speak with myself or the catering staff, so they're all on board to know the changes in the diets for that resident. And if there's any concerns that the staff have, they can talk with the dietitian, and it's put on board. And the nurses, RNs, are involved as well.
Yes. And is the dietitian involved in providing direction as to how the food is actually cooked?
Yes, she'll look at that. She'll advise and see how we cook it, what we add to the cooking, ingredients and everything. Yes, they are.
You also note in your statement that you have built a relationship with the Food Safety Authority.
Yeah, I have.
Why is that important?
Well, when the food safety, they first came in place, the changes, that aged care had to put in place to make the food safe, they provided road shows. And you could see that there was some difficulties with that at times with, the changes. So I thought, well, to get a rapport with them, and if there's any sort of concerns I have with being able to provide the food safe for the resident to eat, it was good to get their I suppose, knowledge.
Yes.
And I've become quite good friends with them and can ring them any time if I have a concern.
The Commission's heard evidence previously to the effect that many facilities are concerned about providing food to residents which might be considered risky for fear of breaching their obligations under the food safety regulation. Is that something that you've been able to work through with the authority?
Yes, absolutely. With the authority, and our third-party auditor is brilliant and regularly ringing saying, look, I want to serve this food, how can we go around it, how can we work with it, and they're on board.
And what are some examples of the types of foods that you'd be having those conversations around?
Let me think. I suppose soft cheeses and salamis and things like that, soft eggs, and they just say, yes you can, no you can't. Rock melon, things like that. And there's all through the training. We have extensive training with our third-party auditor, and so the staff are quite aware of what they can and can't do and what provides food safety.
Thank you. And Mr Hall, what's your experience been with the Food Safety Authority or the auditing process in general?
You've got to keep your kitchen clean. You've got to keep it up to standard, and at all times they can walk in and. But I've found the checks aren't often enough. They should be able to walk in at any time. You're usually warned, so therefore the facility will put an extra couple of cleaners on the day before to keep up the appearance. But they've cut the hours back of the food service attendants and all that so much that they are literally running around trying to complete their tasks in the time, and they don't have time to clean the kitchen properly. And then they're warned that an audit or someone from the council's coming in to check, and then they're just doing it to keep up appearances. And on that note, you were saying before about the high-risk foods, there's no need to worry about it if there was enough labour. The elderly, they love like steak and kidney pies and lamb's fry and bacon, but they're seen to be too risky. Whereas if you've got a chef there serving it and he's there all day, there's no problem with that.
So in your experience, are those types of foods avoided because of, I guess, the man hours that it would take to be able to provide them safely?
Yeah, and if it's for a dinner, most of the time they don't want a chef there past, I would start at 7 in the morning sometimes, so I'd finish at 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and it would be a food service attendant serving and heating the evening meal rather than a chef being there, because they don't want to pay for a chef for those hours, and so therefore there'd be no high risk food served at that time.
Thank you. And Mr Deverill, do you have anything further you'd like to add in relation to your experience on either of those matters in terms of auditing or the service of risky foods?
So I'll actually concede that the Food Authority works better, and the auditing process works better in regional areas in New South Wales than it does in the city. In the city, the Food Authority come out to a new facility, and they do 2 inspections in 12 months. If you pass both of them, then they hand you over to a third-party auditor. You never see the Food Authority again. I've never come across them anywhere else in Sydney, re-inspecting a place that's currently being done by a third-party auditor. Even though they say they do 10%, I've never seen it. The third-party auditors, normally they don't want to correct anything because they are hired directly by the aged care home, and they want the business next year, so they're not going to be hard on you. They'll pass things. Normally that third-party auditor is also responsible for the food service training of the staff, so that he's never going, or the auditor will never criticise his own work if the staff are getting it wrong. So I have a huge issue with the third-party auditing system.
Yes. And a question for the panel, whoever would like to start first. How important do you think food is to a resident's happiness?
Oh, it's everything. It's what they look forward to at the end of the day. It's what they look forward, what they get up for in the morning. It's what they look. You know, a lot of other things have been cut. You know, their outings, games, all these things are going by the wayside to save money. So at the end of the day, the food, it's the number one thing for them.
And in terms of your own job satisfaction, Mr Hall, when you're providing food to residents that you think they don't like because of complaints and the level of the budget, how does that impact on your job satisfaction?
No, it impacts greatly. You've got to go and face the residents once a month for a resident meeting, you know, and you cop it from them and the families and that. You try your best. The last facility I was at, there were the last couple of meetings, there were no complaints about the food, and that's the first time there have been no complaints about the food in 5 years. That's because I'm doing extra hours unpaid in my time.
Mr Devlin?
Yeah, so the whole residents' day is structured around their meal periods. It's the one thing that they get to look forward to every day. The bus outings, the shopping trips, those sort of things are intermittent, but the meals are constant. So their happiness and getting a decent meal is huge. It's very important to them.
And when you're working within a budget of $7 a day, is that the type of food you'd want to eat yourself?
No.
And Ms Tweeford, how important is the food experience to your residents?
Well, if I can refer to the paragraph here, that I see the impact and the importance good food has on a resident. The residents love little things. It's huge for the residents. It might be little things for us, but huge to them. My attitude is that we're there to make their place their home, and I will go above and beyond to accommodate their needs and requests. Nutrition is vitally important to both physical and emotional well-being, because malnourishment could lead to wounds or bed sores. And to them, like, it's a social side in the dining room. They come down, they sit with the other residents. They are very much involved in talking to us about the food and the changes of their diet. So it gives them importance and independence.
And Mr Deverill, in terms of food preferences and allergies, in your experience, is that communicated well between staff on the floor and staff in the kitchen?
It could be better. There's not enough use of technology. Everywhere I go, it's normally paper-based, and you're waiting for somebody to carry the paper to the kitchen, and hopefully they update the records in the kitchen and get it right. It can be a bit hit and miss, and we rely a lot on the staff knowledge. Staff will pick up that resident can't have that item, so we're relying a lot on that.
Yes, and you've mentioned in your statement the use of a lot of agency staff and staff turnovers in your kitchen. Does that make managing allergies or preferences more difficult?
Yeah, because we haven't got the right information in the kitchen, an agency chef coming in won't always know where to look. It's different from kitchen to kitchen, how they collate that information and present it to the kitchen. So the agency chef doesn't know what to look for. They can go looking for it, they can miss it. Sometimes it's not easily found, and the agency chef has to just, I call it wing it, and I hope they get it right.
Mr Hall, in your statement you note at paragraph 26 that at the aged care facility you worked at there was a higher percentage of residents on cut-up preferences for their meals. Why do you think that there was such a high percentage at the facility?
Well, when I was at the previous provider, 120 residents, there might be 3 or 4 residents on cut-up meals. At the aged care provider, it was 75% of the kitchen. And I asked, what's going on here? This can't be right. And I was told by nursing staff that the aged care facility, which was supposedly not-for-profit, gets more funding from the government if the resident is on a cut-up diet. I had residents coming to me going, I don't want my food cut up, I can do it myself. But I had no say over that because it's done through the nursing staff. It's not, the doctor should be the one that signs that off, but it was done from director of the manager of the facility through the nursing staff, and then that would be told to the kitchen, and we have to do as we're told.
And Ms Tweeford, how important do you think the management or leadership at a facility is to achieving good food outcomes?
Oh, very important. You mean as far as myself as manager or higher management? Or?
starting with higher management,
Okay, higher
what kind of
manage-
impact does that have on your ability to provide the types of outcomes you'd like to for residents?
Everything. From the CEO down, I'm very, very lucky because to them it's important that the food that we serve to the residents is excellent. And I think that also that as far as the other side of the management, that the staff have the knowledge and the equipment in the kitchen to be able to provide the job well, to serve the food. And that's just what we were saying before. We have paper register, but a software system in the kitchen that the staff are able to see that's updated as needed and weekly. And I think it's also important that the staff have to know where to go to provide the information for that. We don't have agency in our kitchen at all. We're lucky there. But I know that if anyone was to come in the kitchen, the information is there to enable them to be able to work in that kitchen. And as I said, we've been able to do that because of our management.
Yes. And in terms of providing good outcomes generally to your residents in terms of the quality and type of food that you're able to provide to them, how key is the level of staff involved at the facility and also the quality and training of that staff?
Oh, very, very important. We have ongoing training all the time. The staff, our staff there are asked to know the residents, to talk with the residents after every meal or when they can, to know every little thing about their likes and dislikes, their allergies, get to know them as part of their family, just not as coming to work with them. And that is important a bit. And the resident knows that they're cared for, that the staff genuinely want to do the right thing by their food.
And Mr. Hall, in your experience, you've mentioned previously staffing pressures. Would you have the time in your role to speak to the residents and get to know their preferences and get to know them?
It's impossible in the hours that you're given. And further to that last comment, my catering manager at the aged care facility had never worked in a kitchen, had never worked with food her whole life. She'd worked in a laundry, and yet she's overseeing the kitchen. She didn't have a clue about what she was doing, but I'm taking guidance from that person. A chef has to be qualified, and we have to show our qualifications. I think a catering manager should have that kind of standard as well.
What observations would you like to make, Mr. Deverill, in relation to the necessity for adequate staffing numbers and training of staff?
Yeah, so with the training, I'd like to see a dedicated aged care training for food. There should be a course. We should have a separate qualification, and that would cover modified diets. I think if, from the Royal Commission's point of view, if we can come out with that, I'd be happy. I'd be jumping over the moon. In terms of staffing numbers, it's really hard to specify a staffing ratio because every facility and every kitchen is different. They're all doing food in a different style. Some are doing bain-marie service, some are doing tray service. So the staffing ratio is different for each one. So it's very hard to specify a ratio. But in general, definitely needs to be more staff on the ground.
And Mr. Hall, in your statement, you suggest that a change you would like to see in residential aged care facilities is a food ordering system, which would involve integration of a number of different people that are relevant to the care of someone in at home and their food preferences. What type of thing do you have in mind?
I see a system that oversees everything that the government can have a look at, that local government can have a look at to make sure that the residents are being fed correct food. Right down, the doctors should have input. So and take into account medication, because no one has taken that into account with food. Some residents are on different medication with different foods. It'll react with them, but no one has taken that into account at all. And I think it should take into account there should be suppliers, and so that the prices are fair and they're not rigged towards the third-party caterers, and that you can show that the right amount of food is being served to the resident. If the resident's sick or has dementia and can't order their own food, then an alert could be sent to the family, because the family knows what they want, and they could order their food for that portion of time. and feedback from the resident themselves. How was the meal? Was it hot? Was it tasty? You know, and that there needs to be oversight. At the moment, the system that is in place is just an absolute joke. Someone that's allergic to peanuts can order a peanut butter sandwich. And I made that aware to that company 5 years ago, and still nothing has been done. No red flag comes up, and we're listing their allergies and their intolerances on their system, yet they can still order a meal that will kill them.
And you note in your statement that in your experience where food is not eaten, this isn't recorded by the kitchen.
No, it's not recorded by kitchen at all. You know, especially with a third-party contractor, the reason the third-party contractors are there in my eyes is because the facility's too lazy to do it themselves. They don't want to know about the food. They just want to pay the money, get the residents fed, and then they can wash their hands of any responsibility. So they don't want to know if the resident isn't eating their meal or not. They don't care about it. They've just pushed it all onto a third-party caterer who will do it for the lowest price, and that's it. They don't want to know about it.
Ms. Tweeford, in your statement, you highlight the importance of the attitude of staff that you have working with you. How does the staff directly impact upon the experience for residents?
Well, if the staff's attitude isn't positive, then the resident feels like they're not wanted to be there. I think the staff need to want to be there. They need to be happy. They need to be interested. They need to have good knowledge, as we said, with training. And yeah, that does impact, because the residents' experience in the dining room is important to their day.
And you provide an example in your statement of a instance where staff, I guess you could say, have gone above and beyond what might be expected of staff within, I guess, the hours of their allocated work. Do you want to describe that example for the Commission?
Was that Jack or
Sure.
Jack? Okay, so when I first started in aged care, I was working in another facility, and it was Christmas morning, and I saw this one resident named Jack sitting on the bed with his hat and his jacket and his little brown bag, and he was going home. His family were picking him up. He was really excited. So he said he wouldn't be there for lunch. I said, okay then. Went down morning tea time, and he was still sitting on the bed with the same little bag, nearly ready to go. And I said, would you like a cup of tea? No, mate. He said, it's all right. They're coming. It's fine. You know, I'm going. I said, okay. We monitored it during the day. Lunchtime, Jack was still sitting on his bed. No one had came. Offered him lunch, and he still said no. You could tell that his level of excitedness had dropped a bit, but we still monitored it. By the end of the day, walking out, Jack was still sitting there. The family hadn't come. So the staff, myself and the staff around, we didn't go home. Jack was starting to get undressed, and we said, no, we got him together. We said, let's go. We provided Christmas hats and food and everything to make his Christmas a good one, and to try and take from his mind that he was forgotten. And that was the staff. They stayed back. We all did.
And in your experience, Mr. Hall, how important is the staff attitude to trying to achieve good outcomes for residents?
Oh, it's everything. When I was at the third-party contractor, I remember Anne-Marie, she'd been there for 20 years. She loved the residents. And same at the later job, there were a couple of staff there that had been there over 20 years, and they absolutely loved the residents. They were their friends. They treated them like a member of their family. But as their hours got cut more and more pressure got put on them, you can see their interest in the job just dropped, because they knew they were just a number. And it was sad, because they really did love the residents, but they were just pushed to the breaking point, really.
And Mr. Jeverill, have you found also that the, I guess, circumstances in which you have been working under budgetary pressure or inadequate numbers of staffing, as you said, how does that impact on your attitude to the job and the feeling of satisfaction or otherwise that you have?
Yeah, you can tell whether food's been made with love or not. And when the staff are under pressure because there's a shortage of food or a shortage of labour, the food suffers. It's not as good a quality, not as much care goes into it. Corners get cut. It just gets put on a plate. There's no dressing it up. Nobody cares about the presentation. There's definitely issues with low food cost and low labour.
There's no further questions from me, Commissioner.
Thank you. One of the matters that we've been hearing evidence about resident satisfaction revolves around timelines and the rigidity with which some institutions have for the time breakfast is served, the time lunch is served, the time dinner is served. People complain that that's not like it is at home. That's what makes us feel we're in an institution. When I'm at home, I was able to have my breakfast at 8:30, 9 o'clock because that suited me. That's what I was. But now I'm in this institution, I can't do that. Is there scope consistent with good practice as far as sanitary and other matters are concerned for meals to be more flexibly produced for individual people?
I definitely think that is available, but at the moment, because it's a race to the bottom at the moment, who can provide it at a lesser cost? Food satisfaction, they throw these words around like they mean something to these companies, but they don't. They're just racing to the bottom to see who can feed for the lowest amount of cost. Yeah, I think that if a resident doesn't want to get up at 8 o'clock in the morning, or get up at 7:30, they should say, I'm going to have a sleep in today, can I have my breakfast at 9:30? But that's not available. You know, I was trained in the army, and this is what this seems like. And yeah, and the hours have just been cut back from, especially the food service attendants, so much. One of the saddest things I saw was when I'd start at 5 a.m. at one site so I could do all the home baking. And that made a huge difference because the residents would wake up to freshly baked scones, and the smell of it throughout the resident made a huge difference. But at night, we used to have a staff member stay till 8 o'clock and clean up the supper dishes. Once they came back, the trolleys came back. The third-party operator cut that right out. The staff were finishing at 7. I walked in one morning and the trolleys had been returned in front of the kitchen, half-eaten food and cold cups of coffee and everything. They hadn't been cleaned. And a resident with dementia was helping themselves to it. They're eating the old food from the night before. And that's purely to save a tiny amount of money. And for an 80-bed resident, when they're paying $500,000 each to move in, they've got $40 million, and yet they're saving $50 a shift. And they've got $40 million of their money in the bank. It's just not right.
Yeah, there's two things there in terms of being able to give residents meals when they choose. One is the labour cost. There's definitely there's a mill compression, which I've mentioned in my statement, where they compress all the mills to maximise their labour cost or minimise their labour cost. That's a huge factor. The second one is we're working with constraints in terms of food safety. So in New South Wales, we've only got, technically it's 2 hours, but they tell us 90 minutes from when the food leaves the kitchen to when it has to be returned to the kitchen. So if we don't have enough labour to do, say, 2 meal periods, do a staggered dining, they've only got 90 minutes. So the resident has to eat it. If we start the first one at 12, the last one has to finish by 1:30. That's under the legislation. That's under what we're working with. So there's 2 constraints there. One is the labour, and nobody wants to spend the labour, and the other one is the Food Authority.
We do have set meal times. However, The resident doesn't have to come down. We do have the flexibility. If they want to stay in their bed, the catering staff's let known by the care staff and they stay there. They come down when they're ready and they want to have breakfast. Some sleep until 9:30, some sleep 8 o'clock. The changes at the moment is from the agency is asking us to do these things, but we're already doing it, as are a lot of other facilities. I do agree with some places have problems with it, but we're not finding that. We're finding that it's working quite well.
Thank you. Anything arising out of that?
Only a further point of clarification with Ms Tweeford. You've included in your statement also that should a resident want food outside of the standard meal times, that will be made available to them also?
Oh, absolutely, yes. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you all for giving us of your time and very considerable experience of catering in aged care institutions. It's a matter that looms large in the quality of care for elderly people, and it's important to know what can and can't be done to improve the lot of those people, and it's for that reason that we've asked you to give evidence, and for which we're very grateful to you for having done so. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The Commission will adjourn until 11:20. Yes, Ms Hutchins.
Commissioner, I call Maggie Beer AM.
Yes.
I solemnly and sincerely
I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Please will you state your full name for the transcript.
I'm Maggie Beer.
And you have prepared a statement for the Commission.
I have indeed.
For our records, it's WIT.0202.0001.0001. And you have a copy of that statement before you,
Yes,
dated 21 June 2019.
yes,
Have you had the opportunity to read over the statement ahead of your evidence today?
absolutely.
And do you have any changes you'd like to make?
Not changes, just additions.
Sure. And to the best of your knowledge and belief, are the contents of your statement true and correct, and the opinions in it opinions which you hold?
Yes, absolutely.
I tender that statement.
Is the witness statement of Maggie Beer dated the 21st of June 2019 will be Exhibit 6-46.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Beer, you appear today in your capacity as your association with the Maggie Beer Foundation,
Yes,
and you have had a long involvement in the Australian food industry. Your career spans farming, food production, television, presenting and writing. And in 2010, you were awarded the Senior Australian of the Year,
yes, I was.
and in 2011, the South Australian of the Year.
Yes.
And you were appointed a member of the Order of Australia for your service to tourism and hospitality.
Yes.
So what is the Maggie Beer Foundation and why was it established?
Well, the Maggie Beer Foundation was established to further the food in aged care, to be able to give the pleasure that is needed as well as the nutrition, and it's simply it actually happened because I was asked to speak to 1,000 CEOs of aged care during the year of being the Senior Australian. So I saw great and terrible to be able to prepare my talk, and that is what led me to forming the foundation.
Yes. And you note in your witness statement also that you had an experience with an aunt that was in a residential aged care facility.
Yes, I was a Sydney girl before my time in the Barossa, and an aunt of mine, and given that I'm nearly 75, you've got to remember it's a long, long time ago, but it was just the most terrible thing that I saw, and I had nothing that I could do at that time, but now I have got a platform.
And what were the types of things you saw in relation to your aunt's experience when it came to food?
My aunt didn't want to eat anything, lost all the weight because the food was without a smell. It was institutionalised food in its most basic form, and there is no room for institutionalised food, but you have to work very hard not to.
And in terms of the needs of older Australians for their diet, what are some of the characteristics of older Australians which can affect their nutritional needs?
Well, their loss of taste as they age is something that we have to cope with, but we have ways of making up for that with the smells of home cooking. Even no matter how big the home is, and it's a home to me, not a facility. And if I think of a home, that's what I want to see and smell. And then it's a case of every meal, every bite of sustenance should be of goodness, but flavour first, flavour, goodness and pleasure. Without those three things in equal measures, they don't have enough to look forward to get up in the morning. And that is just so vital that we provide that.
And how important do you think the role of food is for older Australians, particularly those living in residential aged care facilities?
It's the thing that drives them. I feel we've heard this morning. it's the one thing that is, if you like, that immediate satisfaction. It's not just for young to have that. It's the thing that is left for them most, but without the energy that comes from good food, they don't have the will to, or the physicality to be involved. So the protein requirements that are so essential. But what is so important is them to want to live and to have a good life, and food being to me, it's the centre of the plate. But there are so many things that go around it. It's not just the food. It's the care, it's the feeling of home, it's the dining experience, it's the gardens, it's every single thing. But food is the centre, and everything can emanate out from that if it's done as it can be, should be, must be.
You touched on earlier the poor food experience you saw with your auntie, and in particular the institutionalisation of food.
Yeah.
What are some of the features of that that you've seen?
Well, it's the lack of scent, lack of aromas, the lack of interest in food. And if a resident is not seduced by the food, they're not getting any nutrition because they don't want to eat it. And so you have to step back and think, how can you imprint into a home the things that are going to make a difference for the resident in terms of, and particularly the aromas of food. So the saliva can be stimulated instead of dry mouth. All of those things. And there are also emotional cues. There are emotional cues that are really important.
Yes, and are there some ways in which aged care facilities now are preparing their food which takes those types of factors away from the experience?
Look, there are so many people in aged care working so hard and trying to do the very best they can, but without, I'll get back to the question. And there are really good places, and we should be shouting them from the hilltops and giving them the kudos they deserve. And then we need to give the cooks and chefs that want to do really well, we have to give them the support of the CEOs, we have to give them the knowledge, we have to give them the training. I've got off on a tangent. Please go back to the question.
Okay. The question was, what are the types of ways in which food is prepared in some aged care facilities, which takes away those beneficial elements of the food experience that you were just describing?
Well, there is the issue of the food just not having the right flavour and ingredients. There is, we have a huge percentage of food being cooked chill and coming in from commissaries, if you like. And so that final putting together of the food that has come in a plastic bag, and I'm not saying that you can do good food that way, but if you don't add to that, if you don't have satellite kitchens with some onions being cooked in butter or bacon, the smells, bring the smells in. It's lacking in scent and aroma, and they're the emotional cues, but they're also everybody wants to smell proper food. Without the right budget for the right ingredients, you cannot make good food with bad ingredients.
We heard earlier today from a chef panel that some facilities are providing their chefs with a budget of around $7 a day for meal provision. Do you think that this amount is adequate to be able to prepare the type of food you would like to see people eating?
Absolutely not. It's not possible because they will have to, as has been discussed, processed foods, frozen food, frozen vegetables, fish that is usually frozen and imported, not even Australian. It's just impossible.
Yes, and what budget do you think is a reasonable amount that would
Okay.
be able to produce the type of food outcomes you'd like to see?
All right. The minimum I would see would be $10. And $10, $10.50 is the minimum, but that's when every single thing is right. That's when you have a passionate cook or chef that knows how it costs no more money to be able to do things from scratch if they have a garden and if they have the processes in place that they can use the garden. But that's when every single thing is right. But $14, you can do really good food. But we have experience from cooks and chefs that have been through our training programs and masterclasses that have gone into a home with a $10.50 budget, taken over the same budget as they went into, and the food had been dreadful and at $10.50, but now 8 months into their position, they are doing beautiful food at the same budget. So it is not just budget, but you cannot do it without budget.
Yes, yes. And you mentioned that a lower budget of around, say, $10.50 might produce good food provided everything else is right.
Yes.
And you mentioned, say, the availability of a garden that's
Yes.
producing fresh fruit and vegetables.
Yes.
Also a passionate chef.
Yes.
Is there anything else that you would say really helps to contribute to the environment being just right for good food outcomes?
Yes, the holistic approach of the whole of the home, where everyone is invested in doing things so beautifully, but none of that can happen without the basic. If you're lucky enough to get a really good, passionate chef, as we've heard, go into a home and be given the freedom and the support of the CEO, the champion, if you like, to help, we can do that $10.50. But there is so much where it needs to be every part of a home, from the nurses, the carers, the dietitians, the health professionals, the management, all have to be part of supporting each other. And what I've seen in all the cooks and chefs, and we've trained 260, now it doesn't sound like a huge number, but they have then influenced in that train the trainer. But what we know from them is often they have no confidence because they're not respected and they're paid so little. And they need this attention, if you like, and skill to show this is what I can do. They need to be shown what is possible if they don't have huge training behind them. And but it won't happen unless there's a champion within the home, and it's got to be from the leadership, and it's got to be the whole.
Yes. And in relation to the staff training you've just referred to,
Yes.
is that a reference to the face-to-face master classes that the Maggie Beer Foundation
Yes.
provides?
Yes, it is.
And could you provide a bit of an explanation for the Commission about what that program is?
Yes, we have 3 masterclasses a year where we bring 30 cooks and chefs together all around Australia. We take turns going around Australia. And for 2 days, in the past it was even 3, but 2 days of absolute immersion in what is possible and skill. And so it's actually not only the skill of the cooking, but the challenge. We put them through mystery boxes in kitchens where they have to work in teams and work with each other. We have nutritionists or dietitians come in. We have experts in leadership. We pull together all the things that we think it's necessary that they learn, so they know, and we give them that pride in themselves that they are the person that can make the most change. If they come in with this knowledge and inspiration and ideas, and also the sharing with the other cooks and chefs. Everyone has the same problems, and they have strength in sharing ideas and sharing problems.
And do you think generally there's adequate training available for chefs and cooks working in aged care facilities?
Absolutely not. You know, to be a cook or a chef in a aged care home, it is much more complex than a cook who does commercial cookery and goes out to be in a restaurant or a cafe or restaurant, except for at the highest level. It is far more complex.
Why is that?
Well, it's that because of dealing with vulnerable people, so often high care, the onset of dysphagia in so many, the inability to swallow that needs a totally different way of cooking in terms of food that those people can cope with. So it's specialised and there is no training.
Yes, and your masterclass is open to cooks, managers and CEOs of facilities?
We separate the CEOs, so it's only in the last 2 years that we've brought the CEOs into it. So it's open to cooks and chefs, and we have a lot more applications than we have places, so we give preference to the cook and the chef rather than the manager. And then we have the last day we bring in the CEOs. And really, I'm there to advocate on behalf of the cooks and chefs and with the CEOs, and what is possible if they show the leadership and if everybody cares as much as I know so many people do.
And Flinders University has undertaken an evaluation of
Yes.
the masterclass. What are some of the findings of that evaluation?
It's been terrific for us to have Flinders evaluate every class that we've had over 4 years, 5th year. And because the feedback comes to us of how the masterclasses have given them, the cooks, not only knowledge but confidence, and that when they go back into their home, they also have, because we have shared so much with them and given them so much time, they have the respect of the other members of the team where they weren't respected before. They were considered the lowest of the low quite often. We join them up as a group where they can continue to ask questions of us and ask questions of each other. They write us. I have piles of letters and emails of saying how they went back and they made change. They threw out the packaged foods. They made stocks from scratch. They used fresh vegetables. So the feedback from Flinders is giving us the fact that we are, I guess, getting through to them and seeing it not only just straight after the masterclass, but 3 months on, 6 months on. So it's this groundswell of knowledge that is being evaluated, and the introduction of foods that are going to make a huge difference from their health, the use of pulses and everything that could possibly give flavour.
And I understand the Maggie Beer Foundation will soon launch an online
Yes.
skills-based training course. Why is that course being launched and what's the need that it's seeking to address?
Well, the course is so needed because in one-on-one masterclasses, I can't do enough to get around Australia to every... I would like to, because I know I can energise and give ideas, but the federal government gave us $500,000 for our first section of skills-based training, which we're going to do. And the first, we've actually identified 45 different modules we would like to present over a 3-year period. The first year is 11 modules.
Operator, could I please ask you to bring out paragraph 28 of the statement? Just the table that sits under that paragraph, please.
Ah, yes, thank you.
So are these the modules you were just referring to?
Yes, these are the modules we're referring to because we had to have a base to start. What happens in aged care is there's a huge difference between the training that is already there. You have really experienced chefs that have come out of the fine dining even, and often because they're burnt out and they want a life. And you've got them and they come in with a passion and they want to bring about change. You have, as we've heard before this morning, you have cooks that fall into the position because they were the dishwasher and the cook left. I mean, that happens a lot, particularly in regional areas. And then you have cooks that are trained in the basic commercial cookery, but nothing in the very specific needs of the complexities of aged care. So that is not available anywhere, which is why we're tackling this.
Certainly.
But we did try for 2 years to get it up with TAFE.
Yes. And in general terms, could you provide an overview of the types of things, say the first 4 categories under the cooking essentials,
Oh, only 4.
intend to cover? I mean, what are the issues that you've seen in cooks that come to you for training, and what are these subjects seeking to address?
Okay, well, because of this incredible diversity of skill that comes, we really have to have something as basic as a pan frying module. Now, that might sound so simple that it's ridiculous, but that principle of not crowding in the pan, that getting the butter hot and nut brown first for full flavour, deciding which ingredients benefit most from pan frying, the right pan, the right heat, the fact that it doesn't stay at that heat all the time. It sounds so basic, but that is, if you don't know how to do that, then you can't really cook, because you need colour and flavour.
And is that type of information tailored specifically for the environment they might be faced with in an aged care facility?
Yes, it's tailored for the environment of the home that cooks in-house.
Yes.
But it's also really important for those that have the cooked chill delivered by a larger food service organisation, because if we have to live with that. They're there. I'd rather them not, but they're there. But by pan frying the last parts of a meal, even if it's only tomatoes in butter because it's going to be added to the side, and get the scent. So yes, it is essential.
And
pan
is that
frying.
the type of information that you touch on as well in the working with the cooked chill
Yes.
finishing stages?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Yes.
And is before you touched on the importance of food presentation, which presumably is part of
Yes.
the next module as well.
Yes.
Why do you see the food presentation as being important to food outcomes for people in residential aged care facilities?
We know that as we age, we lose more taste buds, and that saliva, we're more likely to have dry mouth, like when we're nervous. And the saliva can be stimulated by aromas first, but secondly by the eye. The look of a beautiful meal can stimulate saliva. It was really interesting to learn Lindy this morning talk about the plate that was designed so it was higher one end to allow the dignity of the diner. Now, you have those in the tapas restaurants, those special plates that all seem very funny. But the plate being the right plate, not white on white. So someone with less eyesight can see quite simply an edge around the plate. So all of the design of the crockery, the balance, the meal not being too big too, so as to overwhelm the diner, because if you're not being active, you actually have a lesser appetite, that make every bite count. And the way it's presented, we all know that. We love, we eat with our eye, they often say, and we do. Eye and nose.
Yes.
Yeah.
And in relation to the module Keep It Simple, Keep It Fresh Gardens, what is the
Yes.
type of material that's covered in that module?
Well, keep it simple. I noted about stocks earlier, and that's one of the things we talk about with every cook and chef that comes through. Now, in a restaurant, you would roast your bones and you would roast the vegetables, but you can make a brodo. A cook or chef in an aged care can just put it all in and put it on a simmer, and that's the base of something so simple and is going to make all the difference in flavour. Having fresh herbs from the garden, and yes, it is possible. So many cooks and chefs have been told it's not, and that needs to be debunked.
Told by the facilities they work for?
Well, because their manual does not allow for it. Whereas when you speak to, if you have the processes in place and it's part of your manual, the way you look after what comes in from the garden, of course it is. But there are Chinese whispers that happen in kitchens.
So when you refer to the manual, is it in your experience that chefs have come to you and said, you know, the relevant facility policy or procedures
Yes.
don't allow for me to have
That's
that
right.
garden? Or
Don't allow for me to have a garden, to have any vegetables out of the garden, to even have fresh herbs. And we have to debunk that. And to do that with our one-on-one training, we bring in very experienced third-party auditor who has come through from a chef. And so it's really good to have, and soft eggs, you know, the things that are possible if you have the processes in place. But for instance, making scrambled eggs and putting cream into them instead of milk or water. And I know cream might not have that much, as much protein as, say, the eggs, but it's the lusciousness and putting in fresh herbs. It's just making a pesto. We need to oomph the flavour of food in every single way we can. So keeping it simple is just that. The things to share, because people want ideas. They are working very hard without respect and without people to bouncing off people.
do you find the cooks and chefs that come to your training sessions, are they on their own accord or with the support of the provider, or a bit of both?
Absolutely both. We have a lot that come on their own. The first couple of years we were able, with support of a large business, to give scholarships, and they were people that really, they just cared so much, and we were able to bring them in on that. But there are a lot now. We're having groups of homes come to us and say, will you specially design for the whole of our group, you know, like 30 homes. And we are doing that, but it does take a huge, I can't do that with everybody.
Certainly. And in relation to the next category of modules, important needs,
What?
how important is it to specify or make sure that a menu is tailored for a particular individual's needs and desires?
Yes. Well, you know, that is, to lose choice in life is a terrible thing. And if you have a budget as restrictive of those that we have been hearing about, there is no possibility of having that choice, because that amount of money just does not allow for it, because choice will cost more. But having said that, there are ways of stepping back and thinking, how could I do differently? And for instance, I'd like to come to breakfast later from a comment this morning. But choice requires a lot of thinking and planning and knowledge, and that's why it's a holistic think everybody has to be involved in this, including families, including the residents expressing their choices.
And what would you like to say in relation to breakfast?
Well, what I want to say in relation to breakfast is one of our people in our orbit in an aged care home in a country town not far from the Barossa went away thinking how important choice was, because we talk of this. And so what she did was to bring all of her staff to have a breakfast that was a buffet breakfast that ran between 7 and 9:30, and that she and her staff came in their pyjamas so they could encourage the fact that the residents don't have to be all showered and primped if it works for them. Let them come in their pyjamas too. And that's what I mean by thinking of it, it is your home. It is their home. So how can we bring in matters of home? So that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. And back to the pilot modules.
Yes.
High energy and protein. Why is this considered to be an issue worthy of, I guess, the attention of the first 11 modules?
Well, it is. I've learned so much from the nutritionists and dietitians that and Flinders University of just the fact that as we age, we need more protein than even when we're young. Now, that's not readily known in the community, let alone in kitchens, and we need a whole program in the community to talk about that and the needs that are so different. And without the protein, and not just protein, amino acids and more technical things, how the muscle waste is so extreme. So how do you have energy to be involved? And if you're not involved and you're just a passive recipient, I don't feel we're giving, you can't be giving the resident the chance to be connected to their life to the end of their life.
In relation to the texture modification A and B,
Yes.
We've heard this morning from the chefs panel of the lack of training around texture modification. We've also heard in evidence before the Commission last week about a lack of variety in
Yes.
the meals that are available.
Yeah.
How important is it to try to serve texture modification meals that are appealing to the residents, and what are ways in which you could
Okay.
do that?
Well, it's just essential because of the number of residents, with dementia or dysphagia or both, and coming in at high care now, much older. It is, and there's, as we've heard, there's no training in this. So we have really, we've really focused tremendously on that with great support from Peter Morgan-Jones and from Hammond Homes, who in fact was very integral for me getting involved in all this because of the work that he was doing. But there is the thinking that it is not, moulds are really important to have food that is shaped like, say, just even say a carrot that has been mashed and put into the shape of the carrot. So there is that recognition factor. And so if that is on the plate, that is one thing, and it's really important. But of course, if you're moulding, takes more time and it takes an investment. And often it's also frozen to be able to push out. But there are other ways as well, and we are continually learning from people. And for instance, one very qualified chef who came into aged care, very young, about 30, and had dysphagia herself because of an operation, and she put herself through, okay, how can we do this without the investment of moulds? And to see her preparing the food with all of the butter and garlic and onions and fresh herbs, and then pureeing it and using moulds, because that's when you must put the flavour in. So it's not enough just to have it texture modified. there are mousses, there are chow and mushies or silky custards. There are so many ideas, and we need to share those ideas. But we need a variety of colours and flavours, and we need to put as much flavour in as possible.
And in relation to the last two modules, we've spoken briefly already about the sensory thresholds for tastes and aromas. Is there anything further you'd like to add in relation to the importance of?
Flavour is everything. Flavour with aroma, along with the goodness, the nutrition, and will give the pleasure. And it can be done, but there's a lot of work to do.
And in relation to the dining environment, what are the types of measures that you encourage people to put in place?
To think of even a large dining room, how can you give some intimacy? And that can come with lighting and colour and vitality. How can you create a mood? Every home is different. But we have been working with design students from the University of South Australia who put themselves into this position and came back to us with so many ideas of how you put colour and photography that meant something to the residents on the walls, to bring the small things, like if you're at home and you want flowers on the table, make them edible in case they're eaten. But it's when you can have a dining room where you're looking out, but the ambience, the room temperature, the lighting needs to be bright. There's a dichotomy there. It needs to be bright to be able to see for those that are losing sight, yet soft lighting and soft music is evocative of better times. But there is so often it's the little things, but it's putting yourself in the position of seeing it as a home. Yeah.
And in relation to other activities that the Maggie Beer Foundation does, you also engage in advocacy, is that correct?
Yes.
And what does that work involve?
Well, the advocacy is all about spreading the word of what is, spreading the word and making people think. With government departments, we spend a long time putting in submissions to the federal government. The other piece of advocacy that's tied up with, tying in with research is the fact that working with other organisations like SAMRI in South Australia and CSIRO, organisations that can see us as we're the conduit for the practical end of science. And so that advocacy is truly important, but so is spreading the message.
And operator, if you could please pull out the last paragraph on the bottom of page number 10. So at this part of your statement, you detail a number of common complaints that you receive from people. And it says the nature of these complaints are around choice, quality, lack of flavour, colour, texture, variety, nutritional content, smell, lack of fresh and seasonal produce, chef skill, extensive use of packet and pre-packaged goods, the cook-chill model, food safety restrictions and common sense.
Yeah.
How do you feel when you receive these types of complaints?
It's a terrible thing. These letters are often so personal, and they deal with a family member or the person themselves in the aged care home. And it just breaks your heart because it doesn't have to be like that. It should never be like that. We have a responsibility to give a good way of life for those in aged care and in the community, by the way, those elderly living on their own. And to change it, we need everyone involved.
What do you think are the main systemic issues that are causing these types of food outcomes for people?
Lack of training. Lack of training, lack of respect, and lack of salary too. We were asked to be on a panel to choose a chef as an exec chef for a home, quite a substantial home with 3 different operations. And all of the things that we heard from our chefs this morning, the things that cook or chef had to do as well as cook, and the salary was $54,000. So there's that lack of respect in the industry that they are faced with. There's the low wage, there's the lack of support often, and lack of the latest thinking as well.
Yes. What do you mean by that exactly?
The latest thinking about the need for dairy in the elderly, about the fact that they shouldn't be having no fat, low fat anything, that diet cordials should never be used, packet. That's the they're the issues that they need a conversation to be happening. The amount of protein. It's much harder. A restaurant chef does not have to balance a meal over a week. It's a celebration, if you like. But a cook or chef in a home has got to make so many right decisions, and not everyone has a nutritionist or a dietitian to help them. And they're not being, just the issue of I think, low-fat diet and preservatives, all of those things, they're not conversations that are being had.
Yes. And do you think there's adequate, guidelines or directions available put out by, say, the government that would help direct chefs in, what nutritional content they should be aiming for in their meals? No, I don't. And when I can, if I could find my note, in the current standards and guidelines of 2014, just taking meals of adequate quality and quantity. Adequate is not enough for people who don't have choice, who have had hard lives, and we have a responsibility to look after and give them pleasure as well as health. There's nothing there about emotional well-being, the quality of life they deserve. And so there has to be this community and government understanding of the difference that we need to make and can make and must make. Yes. And so what are the types of things you would have liked to have seen in the new standards? What I would have liked to see in the new standards is a system to gather residents' feedback on their food experiences, and that requirement to meet a satisfactory level for accreditation. But there is the issue of subjectivity. Some people think one meal is good enough. So it's a very tricky thing to put into a standard. But we need it to be to have a proper food accreditation standard where you have every part, the dietitians, nutritionists, other professionals, to incorporate. It's really important that they incorporate flavour, appetite and pleasure thoughts to have well-being. Nutrition is not enough on its own. It's absolutely essential, but it is not enough. So, but there has to be that holistic way. And guidelines developed for the best dining practice too. Simple things. They're not complex. But we need more. Yes. We need research. Yes, and while we're on the topic of the aged care quality standards, Standard 1 relates to consumer dignity and choice. Yes. Do you think currently, across the board, residents are provided with dignity and choice in the type of foods that they're provided? No, they're not. Look, I have to come back to the fact that there are really good homes out there. We know that.
But dignity, independence can only come if you have dementia from, for instance, being able to have finger food, not to be ostracised because you can't use a knife and fork. It's so important, and it's not there, not in the standards.
Yes, and we touched on earlier this issue of food that's perceived to be risky, and whether that might be, contrary to food regulations or outside of the scope of what a particular provider might want their staff to be cooking for the residents. What's your view in relation to that issue?
That's the lowest common denominator for me, and with training, with respect, with the trained staff on in the evening as well. We heard this morning, it's all of these, perhaps there are some foods, I mean, not for me, but I'd even have pate. If food is looked after properly, of the right quality, because the quality of the food has a lot to do with the risk of it, to be able to give the soft eggs, to be able to have the meats, to think that we can't give liver, pan fry, there isn't a cook on at night, to pan fry liver that is so good for them, so full of iron, and it's a memory of their childhood. It's just, it all can happen with training.
Yes. And do you have circumstances as well where chefs or cooks come to your masterclasses and describe that they would like to put into place particular food measures, but it's not possible because of the other staff that's available in the facility? For example, people responsible for feeding.
Yeah, absolutely. When they first come, we ask them to put up on the board all the impediments that they see, and then we try and tackle them. And that is a major one. Those that have staff that don't want to shift, they don't want to change, they've always done it this way. But part of that is the lack of leadership, of knowing how important it is to have beautiful food, and the outcomes of beautiful food is not just the resident, it's the positive energy that transmits through everyone in the home. But if the cook or the chef is given respect and training, then, and that holistic approach where everybody has to be on board to make this change that we're looking to make.
And what are some of the other major impediments you see?
Budget. Budget and training and attitude are the main impediments, and the lack of knowledge, which is different from training. The lack of knowledge, to touch on again, of the importance to well-being that this can make. There are many people who see food as just fuel, and they're never going to be able to be part of this. And so that is finding the right people. We come across so many cooks and chefs that also there is another impediment. They are so busy filling in forms and doing things other than cooking without support that they're no longer getting that connection with their resident. Now, they all say in their way, the statement they all make to me is, if I can see my oldie, and they say that with great warmth and care, and I know that I have pleased them, this makes my job worthwhile. But they are so often now being excluded from that direct contact because of the amount of regulations and the amount of other duties that the cook and chef other than cooking have to do.
Yes. And in relation to your comment about the attitude for some people that food is fuel,
Yeah.
I know a matter that you've raised in your witness statement is the use of supplements.
Ah, yes.
Yes. So what's your view about the use of supplements?
Well, supplements are often needed, and those that come in very fragile from the community, or those that haven't been eating because they haven't, they don't like the food, and so supplements are essential. But in those cases, but supplements can be about real food, and it is so easy to put extra eggs and cheese and butter through the vegetables with herbs. There is so much we can do just in cooking terms to make, instead of using a packet mix for a custard, to make a creme anglaise with a very simple stick blender and full of cream and eggs and vanilla, and put it into a combi, and it's so beautiful and luscious. That's what supplements should be.
Mm-hmm. And do you think there's enough focus when, say, a dietitian or a nutritionist is considering someone's, nutritional requirements for the importance of flavour and enjoyment in the meals?
I've come across those that absolutely feel that way, and we work with Flinders University with a dietitian who is passionate about food. If you put a dietitian or a nutritionist that has all of the science that they need to be able to impart, and this love of food and flavour, that's where, but it's not in all.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of recommendations that you may wish to make to the Royal Commission?
The recommendations, well, is that other than that we've put into the report, which I've sort of touched on?
Certainly. So in your statement, you touch on a few matters which we've already addressed, being the inclusion of the food experience outcomes in food accreditation standards, a desire to increase training in the workforce, and also an increase in wages.
Yes.
What are some other key matters that you'd like to highlight?
Well, I think we absolutely need research on the relationship between food, emotional and physical well-being in aged care to assist providers so they can be shown on a plate just what, rather than hearing anecdotally from a person like me who feels it so strongly, but funding for the establishment of research into the expertise and design of food in aged care. You know, and that doesn't have to be a university such one, but research into taste changes in food because of the lack of saliva flow. Mm-hmm. These are research that is really needed in the community, but also there needs to be a campaign for society as a whole to understand the importance of food, of eating well as we age for health, the how and the what, and understanding the social aspects of loneliness and isolation that lead to depression and depression, malnutrition. They're the big things over and above, but there are other things that raising the status of cooks and chefs, having the CEOs with the leadership to lead the change as a champion, and having a salary ladder for cooks and chefs as they get more experienced is so really important. But I did have a few things, an impediment I forgot to bring up. Can I bring it up now? There are some states with government buying policies that many of the homes are limited to having to use the food that they put out for tender and accept the cheapest ingredients, and that is Parliament, state Parliament dictating that that's what they should do. And so we'll always have imported frozen fish and frozen vegetables as a norm because they're cheaper. And so there needs to be a way of encouraging agriculture to link in with aged care and seeing that our ingredients should be Australian because it just makes so much sense. Food safety auditors, debunking myths. Sorry, I had so many notes because I was scared I'd forget something.
That's perfectly fine, and I think you've covered the ambit of the questions that I wanted to ask today, Commissioner.
If you want a minute or two to go through your notes to
Yes, could-
find the missing bit, feel free to do that.
Thank you. I've got here just ideas to share. We all know that the gut of elders is a problem with so many medications and often the diet that they're on without choice. And we know that it disturbs the gut biome. I also know as a cook that fermented foods, and a nutritionist would say the same thing, is so good for them, but we have to be having foods that are familiar. But this is the idea. If you make a water kefir, it tastes like ginger beer, and that's of their childhood. And that's just an example of how we pull all these ideas that are not going to be in a book. And there are so many ideas, like the plate this morning. And the other one, I know there will be very few homes that will have a filet mignon, right? But a cook or a chef that has been given training in the use of secondary cuts of meat, long, slow cooked, that they're so luscious you could eat with a spoon, will give so much more. It will give equal amounts. It is in a filet mignon. It's texture, not flavour, and it's posh, and it's great for those that can have it. But they are available with the right cooking methods for the right ingredient. We can do things inexpensively if we look at every single thing, and the big thing is the training that we are going to do is not a dry training, and by that I mean there's a lot that I learned is when you're training and you're bouncing off someone, and I'm going to do each of the ones with other experts, so there's energy and interest and the knowledge that the foundation and myself feel that these people are so important and we can give them what they need to make more change than anyone else. And so to me, that training is so essential. And of course, that's only the first year. Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Beer, you have treated us to a special masterclass this morning, for which we are most grateful. Your enthusiasm for the work of the Foundation is both palpable and infectious. I note that it is a decade now since you were invited to be the guest speaker at the meeting of CEOs of aged care facilities. Yeah. And I would be bold enough to suggest to those organising this year's meeting that the time is probably ripe for another invitation. You'll be preaching, I think, to some of the converted, but yes. There will have been new appointments in that period, and there'll still be some who remain to be convinced. Yes. So I ask that those who are monitoring these proceedings and have responsibility for issuing such invitations to please note what has just been said. Thank you again for your insights into such an important aspect of the care of our elderly.
Thank you, Commissioner.
The Commission will adjourn until 1:15. Yes, Ms Hutchins.
Commissioners, I call the next panel of witnesses, Dr Sandra Uliano, Robert Hunt and Sharon Lawrence.
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God that the evidence that I shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Dr Uliano, could you please state your full name for the transcript?
Sandra Giuliano.
And you have prepared a statement for the Commission dated 28 June 2019.
Yes, I have.
For our records, it's WIT.0204.00001.00001. Do you have a copy of that statement before you
Yes,
now?
I do.
And are its contents true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief, and the opinions that you hold?
Yes, they are.
Yes, and I understand that you would like to make a number of corrections to that statement, which are set out in document WIT.0204.00002.00001.
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender those documents.
I'm sorry, what was the amendment?
They're contained in a document, Commissioner, which is document reference WIT.0204.00002.00001. The amendments are in the nature of rectifying a couple of typographical errors in relation to the footnoting.
And they're the only amendments?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes,
And
very well.
that amendment document is dated 16 July 2019.
Yes, the witness statement of Dr Sandra Giuliano dated the 28th of June 2019 as corrected in the corrigendum dated 16 July 2019 will be Exhibit 6-47.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, Mr Hunt and Ms Lawrence, you have prepared a joint statement for the Commission.
Yes, we have.
We have.
Operator, please bring up WIT.0205.00001.003. Is this your statement dated 20 June 2019?
Yes,
Yes, it is.
And have you had the opportunity to read over your statement before giving evidence today?
We
Yes.
have.
And do you wish to make any changes to the statement?
No.
And to the best of your knowledge and belief, are the contents of your statement true and correct, and the opinions in it opinions which you hold?
Yes.
I tender that statement.
Yes, the witness statement of Mr Robert Hunt on behalf of the Dietitians Association of Australia dated the 20th of June 2019 will be Exhibit 6-48.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, Dr Uliano, you are a qualified nutritionist with a PhD in nutrition and exercise psychology, a master's degree in human nutrition and a Bachelor of Applied Science in Human Movement.
Yes, it's actually exercise physiology.
Exercise physiology, thank you. And since 2001, you have been employed as a Senior Research Fellow at the Department of Medicine in the University of Melbourne?
Correct.
Yes. And what was your professional experience prior to this role?
Generally lecturing in nutrition and exercise physiology and consultancy work as a nutritionist.
And you have published a number of publications during your career relating to improving nutritional care and nutritional quality of food provision in residential aged care. These are listed at Annexure A to your statement. In broad terms, what are the types of matters that you're investigating?
Mainly looking at nutrition and how it can influence the outcomes of residents, such as falls and fractures, and their overall health. And all the work has been using a food-based approach instead of using a pharmaceutical or supplement approach. So it's using foods.
Mr. Hunt, you are currently the Chief Executive Officer at the Dietitians Association of Australia,
I am.
and you've held this role since May 2018.
I have.
And your professional background is that you hold qualifications as a certified practicing accountant, and you hold a Bachelor of Commerce and Accounting.
I do.
Yes. And prior to working with the Dietitians Association of Australia, what's your professional experience?
Over my career, I have held numerous senior management roles in membership and professional organisations, including the likes of the Australian Medical Association, the Heart Foundation and the like.
And what is the Dietitians Association of Australia?
The Dietitians Association of Australia has several main functions. Importantly, as a self-regulating profession, dietitians are covered under what's called an accredited practicing dietitian program, which I'll touch on in a moment. The other role we play is as a voice of nutrition. We have both roles run together, regulatory and the professional organisation, and a public advocate for nutrition.
Mm-hmm. And how many members does your association have?
Our membership is thankfully growing. We've now through 7,000 members across the country.
And you referred just now to accredited practicing dietitian. Who are accredited practicing dietitians, and what does this qualification mean?
Well, accredited practicing dietitians are health professionals who have dedicated their life to nutrition. They see themselves as one of the strongest advocates for nutrition in our community. It is a credential. It's a hard-fought credential. APDs, as they're known, accredited practicing dietitians, they're all nutritionists. They do a Bachelor of Nutrition. And then those who choose to go on to do a master's level qualification that centres around clinical environments. So these health professionals are incredibly qualified and, as I said earlier, are passionate about nutrition. And I'd go so far as to say are the only health professionals in the community that are dedicated solely to nutrition. So we take great pride and thank the Commission for this opportunity to be here. It's very important for us.
Certainly. And who is the APD credential recognised by?
The APD credential is recognised by the Australian Government through the Medicare system. The APDs are able to apply for and use a provider number through the Medicare system. They're also recognised the Department of Veterans Affairs and also, importantly, through the National Disabilities Insurance Authority and working in the NDIS.
And what settings do APDs work in?
Well, they walk across a number of areas. Obviously, the first would be in the hospital scene, both private and public. Also in private practice, running their own businesses in nutrition support. Academia, as my colleague to my left would be. Also importantly in the food industry, there are quite a number of dietitians working very hard to influence the supply of and the formulation of food in this country.
Thank you. And Ms Lawrence, you are an accredited practicing dietitian.
Yes.
So you've completed a Bachelor of Health in Nutrition and Dietetics.
Yes.
And from the University of Newcastle.
That's correct.
And for the last 10 years, you've been employed as a Commonwealth Home Support Package APD.
Yes, so it's actually a Commonwealth Home Support Program.
Sorry, program, of
Yes.
course. And what does that role involve?
So that role has two significant roles. One is supporting the nutrition and dietetic needs of the frail aged living in the community. The other role is supporting aged care providers who support frail aged in the community, being that meal services such as Meals on Wheels or carers that go into the home to support clients. It's supporting their needs and their education and skill level around nutrition as well.
And what do you see the role of dietitians as in providing care for elderly people, either in their homes or in a residential aged care facility setting?
Sure. I see there being four main roles, and I guess the most important one is our role in supporting individual care. So that's quite an important role where we would undertake quite an in-depth comprehensive nutrition assessment, taking in all factors that may be contributing to poor nutrition for the individual, whether that's in the community or in the home. Our other area is working side by side with the food service system. It's really important that we work together. As we've heard today, we need the chefs and the cooks to implement our recommendations. We need to work together. We need to be one force. The other area that dietitians work in is in the area of quality. So whether that's around undertaking audits around food service systems so for example, the Dietitians Association of Australia has a menu audit tool that we use in residential facilities. It could be undertaking audits around nutrition risk, whether that's malnutrition screening, it could be assessing documentation, it could be plate waste audits, those sorts of things. And our final area is around education and training. So because our careers are solely based around nutrition and dietetics, we have such a capacity to be able to educate and train aged care workers, everyone from food service providers to aged care providers to aged care assessors like ACAT and RAS, working with allied health assistants, working with carers, working even with other dietitians and other health professionals in around educating the importance of nutrition in aged care.
And in terms of assessment, what does nutrition risk screening involve? And what are the types of nutritional risks that you look out to identify?
Sure. So nutrition risk screening should be a very simple process. It's quite different to a nutrition assessment. A nutrition assessment is a very in-depth, comprehensive process. Nutrition risk screening needs to be simple and quick. So what we're trying to identify are the main risks that are going to indicate if somebody's likely to be at risk of malnutrition. So we're looking for things of unintentional weight loss, how much weight they've lost over a period of time, and changes in their appetite. Things that are likely to consider the type and amount of food that they may consume.
And Dr. Liano, why is nutrition important, particularly for elder Australians?
Yeah, look, nutrition is it's basically people's health and well-being through the foods they eat. And really what it's doing is nutrition is about providing the building blocks so that they can build, grow and repair their body, and also all the nutrients so that they can actually maintain all their bodily processes. So it's vital for every aspect throughout the ages, especially in the elderly.
And are the nutrition needs for older Australians different to the general population?
Yeah, look, you find as people get older, their nutritional needs go up, and those that are frail, their needs are probably even higher still. Most of my work's looked at protein, and we know that their protein needs are higher relative to younger adults. And the other aspect is also that we need to consider how much they can actually eat as well. So we need to ensure that what they're eating is of good nutritional value, because they're not going to eat as much, because especially in the residential aged care setting where they're not active, their whole intake is lower. So every mouthful needs to have some kind of benefit to them.
And are there studies that have shown how much the increase in the need for protein is in the elderly?
Yeah, look, there has been some work done, and it's still not crystal clear, but the suggestions at the moment, it's about 1 gram per kilogram body weight. So for a 60 kilogram person, that's about 60 grams of protein. It's suggested about 1.2 to 1.5 grams per kilogram body weight. So what we know in Australian residential aged care, the average is about 0.8. So if we go to the top end of recommendation, it's just over half of what they should be getting.
And what is malnutrition in general terms?
Yeah, look, malnutrition, it's an imbalance, and so it's a deficiency in the nutrients that we need in order to be able to function and go through all the normal body processes. So Relative to protein, it's lack of protein and lack of energy, which is the two key drivers that we see that's in the residential aged care setting.
And have the studies that you've been involved in or others you're aware of indicate prevalence of malnutrition in aged care facilities?
Yeah, we've actually documented the prevalence in one of our main trials, and it was 68% of residents are malnourished or at risk of malnutrition in residential aged care.
And Ms Lawrence, do those figures accord with your observations in relation to the extent of malnutrition in residential aged care facilities?
Yeah, definitely. So there's been quite a significant amount of research completed around residential aged care where it does range anywhere from 1 in 2 to 2 in 3 residents are malnourished. When we look into the community, what we find is that the risk of malnutrition is approximately 30% of free living elderly people in the community. And if we extrapolate that, that's equivalent to 1.14 million older Australians that are at risk of malnutrition. Those who are actually malnourished, it's roughly around the 8% mark. So we're looking at just over 300,000 older Australians that are actually malnourished living in the community.
And what are some of the challenges that people face in achieving adequate nutrition?
There's numerous challenges. So I guess the most obvious challenge, which we've talked about today, are the physical challenges, the physiological challenges with the changes that we experience as we age, whether it be taste, whether it be changes in gut function, changes in smell, increase in morbidity. There's also changes around psychosocial circumstances, so increasing risks of depression, grief and loss, but also the affordability of food, being able to afford food, the living arrangements that change, that also impact on our older Australians. There's the community belief, which is really unfortunate, I should say, around believing that it's okay for our older Australians to be underweight. It's not okay, and it's a belief that we really need to debunk. But as Maggie highlighted this morning, is that there's also a lack of awareness of what our changing nutrition needs are as we age. Our needs are different, and I guess the public aren't aware of what those needs are, which is quite challenging. One of the other areas that makes it challenging to achieve nutrition in older people is the underutilisation of dietitians to help people where they do have special needs, where they do have increased needs.
And Mr Hunt, do you think the current system encourages the proper screening of elderly people in relation to what their nutritional status is, both in the community and in residential aged care facilities?
It would be our position, both DA and the profession, that absolutely not. There's no desire to do so. There's no requirement to do so. And where it is done, the issues, one of the key issues is that the people doing the assessments are not necessarily holding the right training to ask the right questions, or ask the questions, sorry, and then deal with the responses to ensure that they're getting the right information. There would be many in our profession, in fact in the health system, that would suggest that because of the demographic we're talking about, why don't we screen them all for malnutrition? It would be easier.
And Dr. Liane, your statement identifies a number of adverse clinical outcomes which are associated with inadequate nutrition. I'd like to ask you about a number of these in turn. You identified that one effect of malnutrition is an increased incidence of falls.
Yeah.
Why is it that happens?
Generally what you find is when people are malnourished, and especially with protein, energy malnutrition, they lose muscle mass. When they lose muscle strength, and poorer strength, they're more likely to fall. So it's related often to their function and lack of function.
Yes, and Ms Lawrence, would you agree with that observation in relation to instances of falls?
Definitely. I completely agree that that loss of muscle mass we need our muscles to hold ourselves together. It's one of the core functions, but it also impacts on not only falls, but also on strength.
Yes.
And also on aerobic function. There are so many other factors that malnutrition contributes to falls.
Yes, and it's also been noted that the effect of malnutrition can increase incidences of fractures. Is that something you've noticed also?
Yeah, well, that definitely comes as a result of falls. Yes, yes.
And in relation to the effect of malnutrition on pressure ulcers and sores, what's the connection between the issue of pressure ulcers and the time that it takes to heal?
Yeah,
a
with
pressure
again, the protein as a key factor. There's other nutrients as well. Basically, the skin tissue is made of protein, so if we don't have enough protein, we actually can't repair the skin, so therefore they're more likely to get pressure sores. We also know that as people start to lose weight, that padding aspect is no longer there, so there's a greater pressure on the skin, which then also, again, can't heal. And we also know that immune system's compromised, so often what happens is that they get an ulcer or a pressure sore and they actually get an infection because they're less able to resist the infection, and also that the actual wound stays there longer, so the costs overall go up because the wound is bigger and the wound stays there longer as well.
Thank you. Operator, please go to the statement of the Dietitians Association of Australia to the bottom of page 9 and pull out the statistics that are set out at subparagraph L. So, Ms Lawrence, could you please walk the Commission through the findings that you set out here in relation to the consequences for elderly clients losing body mass?
Yes, so even just a small changes in lean body mass, being loss of muscle, has such a significant impact in the overall health and well-being of an older person. So 10% change. So if you think of somebody who is, for example, 100 kilos, if they lose 10 kilos, most people will say that's great, but it's not. It has, if they're losing it unintentionally, it impacts their immune system, it increases their risk of infection, as Dr. Giuliano has just said, and there increases their illnesses from bacteria and viruses. Further to that, a 20% loss of muscle mass. We're looking at changes in our body's ability to repair wounds. As I explained earlier, it decreases strength, increases weakness, and it elevates our infection risk again. A loss of 30% of muscle mass makes it too hard sometimes for a person to even sit up to be able to consume a meal. So we're looking at total loss of muscle mass here. And even sometimes it makes it hard for individuals to swallow because muscles are required for the swallowing process. Muscles are also required for the cardiac output, the renal output, the functions of our gut, the functions of our liver, etc. So we're looking at multisystemic issues here to a point where we see a loss of 40% lean body mass is actually fatal. And so we're looking at higher risks of pneumonia and, as previously explained, multiple organ failure.
And what impact may malnutrition have on a person's cognitive abilities?
Poor nutrition has been related. I guess poor nutrition is not only protein and energy, there are other nutrients and micronutrients. And what we know is that particular nutrients where we may be deficient in can mimic changes in our cognitive status. We know that there is growing evidence around changes in the gut biome and cognitive changes. We also know that dehydration, so inadequate hydration, can also impact on the cognitive status of an older person. There are risks of developing delirium as a result of that. So there are multiple changes that can happen.
Yes, and you also note in your statement that dehydration can impact on short-term memory.
Definitely. That's what I just talked about. That it impacts the cognitive status of a person.
Thank you. And we've touched on just a moment ago the prevalence of malnutrition amongst Australians elderly. What rate of malnutrition really would be an acceptable rate? Are there because of just the nature of people's conditions, that it might be that it's unavoidable, or do you think that it would be a realistic goal to ensure that no one is malnutritioned in residential aged care facilities or in the community generally?
We would like there to be no malnutrition present. When most people talk about malnutrition, they relate to third world countries. Here we have, and even across, this isn't just an Australian issue, this is a global issue, that malnutrition exists in our older people across the world. We shouldn't be having that, just like we shouldn't have malnutrition in our third world countries. If anything, yes, there's because of physiological changes that you see around disease processes, there's going to always potentially be an increase in nutrition risk, but where we can minimise the progression to malnutrition, that would be our ultimate aim.
I just think it's a difficult number to quantify. It's about minimising the risk in the individual as to the best of our ability, and in residential aged care setting that involves everybody being able to minimise the risk in that resident who's somebody's mother or father.
Thank you. And Dr. Ileana, you've recently been involved in a large-scale study that involved 60 residential aged care facilities. And what was that study endeavouring to ascertain?
Yeah, so what this trial was basically a food-based approach, and what we looked at is improving the nutrient intake in the residents, and had 60 facilities. And what we did is we work with the food service staff, so similar to the chefs that were here earlier giving evidence, and we incorporated just milk, cheese and yoghurt as a source of dairy, as a source of protein and calcium into the menus. And what we were able to do is improve their nutritional status. So we were able to maintain good nutrition in the residents. And when I say residents, we're talking about 4,000 in total. So 2,000 residents received the additional food. And we also did it over a 2-year period, which shows that you can do it over the long term as well. So it's not a short-term trial in a short number of people. Key outcomes, obviously with fractures, falls, but then we had looking at function, we looked at muscle, we looked at quality of life as well, because we want to see if we improve their nutritional state, if their quality of life is equally improved, which is important as well.
Thank you. Operator, please bring up the statement of Dr. Iuliano and go to page 5. At paragraph 21, there's a number of subparagraphs under that, from A to G. I'd ask you to please call out. Your statement identifies that the study you've just referred to now has identified a number of barriers to adequate nutrition as a result of that study. I'd like to discuss some of these in turn with you. Of these factors that you've identified and listed here for the Commission, which ones do you think are the most important, I guess, to recognise as having an impact on the food outcomes?
Look, I think if you look at it, there's a systemic problem. So with that systemic problem comes a lot of these other issues that I've raised. The systemic problems that we identified with the food service setup in residential aged care was one which has been brought up by Maggie and the chefs, the lack of education in the food service staff. So some food service staff may have got to their position not through training but through attrition. So they happen to have been in the kitchen and a chef leaves, so they get put into that position. So they don't have any knowledge. They're doing the best they can, but they actually don't have knowledge. So there's no standard of nutrition, of education across food service staff.
Would you like to see some kind of mandatory minimum education?
Absolutely. I think if people are going to work in aged care and work with the elderly, that we need some kind of standardised national education that they must achieve in order to work in that field, because without it, it's a very specific group of people. It's like paediatrics. We don't just suddenly work with in paediatrics with children. You have to be qualified and specialised. It's the same. They're as vulnerable as the children, so it's the same scenario.
Yes, Mr. Hunt, I see you nodding.
Yes. Well, I only do agree.
Yes.
Education is the key to all of this. Recognising the skills that are in the aged care environment. Cooks and chefs, we've heard some terrific testimony this morning around those chefs about how they're screaming out for the sort of support. It's training, but it's also recognition of the roles of each of these components in this care environment. You've got support workers who are really fantastic people, have no training whatsoever in even the most basic alerts around nutritional issues with their carers.
Yes.
So it's absolutely fundamental, and you've seen it through our witness statements and throughout. Education is a really important component.
Yes. And the next factor that we see listed here is the lack of funding allocated for food, which is clearly a matter the Commission's heard a lot of evidence about today. What observations could you make, Ms Lawrence, in relation to the food budgets that you see allocated to residents?
I have to say I was rather astounded to hear some of the dollars that's been attached to food in the residential setting. I completely agree that we need to be focusing on providing good quality food, and that may come with changes to budget. My biggest concern is that often the food service system is seen as a completely different component of aged care, whereas food service is part of clinical care. It's part of the health and well-being of the individual resident. So it needs to be equally funded to support that care of that client. It's not an auxiliary service at all.
Yes, and in relation to, we'll return to the matter that
sure.
you've just raised shortly, but just in relation also to the lack of funding allocated to food, what observations could you make about the availability of resources or funding for people in the community who might be relying on the government or social services to be able to receive adequate food and adequate nutrition?
There's not a lot of support there at all. Whilst the Commonwealth Home Support Program does fund funded food services such as Meals on Wheels and other food service, the dollars attached to that are minimal to be able to provide sufficient quality foods. The issues around food security, around access and affordability and availability limits the older person being able to access nutritious food.
If I could add to that, out in the community, there's a lot of fantastic providers out there doing, and one of course comes to mind for all of us who've been around Australia for a while, Meals on Wheels. They have to, and excuse the pun, sing for their supper on a regular basis, like every 12 months. How can you plan in the millions of meals that they roll out every year, yet they spend half their time justifying their next funding round? That is no way to have a particularly long-term plan, particularly when we want to stop the flow of aged, malnourished people from the community, from their own homes, into residential, and then downstream in the more costly end to public hospitals.
Yes, and in your experience, Ms Lawrence, or in your experience of what you've heard from your members, Mr Hunt, is there a need for elderly people living in their homes receiving aged care services in their home? Is there a need at the moment for greater provision of meals?
I guess, yes, there is, but it's very much an individual basis. So I work with clients who are able to be sufficiently supported by their carers and family members. But there are other older people living in the community who are reliant upon meals. But unfortunately, the meals that are provided to them may only be delivered once a day. But what happens to the other 2 meals? So I guess there are issues that are around not only the quality of the meals that are being provided, but the quantity of the meals that are being provided, and it's really not encompassing the whole whole nutrition well-being of the client.
And Dr. Uliano, the next factor you have identified in your statement as a barrier to adequate nutritional food in residential aged care facilities is the lack of flexibility with food ordering and production.
Yeah,
What's this a reference to?
What we've noticed, traditionally the food would be ordered and cooked at a facility, and what we're seeing is that often the ordering is now centralised at a main office. So therefore there's a setup between an aged care provider and a food distribution company. And so if they're limited in the choices of food that are on the foods available, then those foods are just not available to the chefs in the ground floor. So as an example, if they wanted to add cheese to a particular meal, if that isn't on the ordering system, they can't order it, and they're not in a position to be able to order it themselves. So what it's doing is it's limiting the number of choices of foods that can be ordered, and the menus are the same. The menus are now being centralised and provided to all the facilities, so it's very difficult to accommodate all the individual needs and desires and wants of residents and cultural differences if there is one menu that's meant to suit all residents in those facilities across Australia.
Yes. And a further barrier that you identify at 21 sub F is that menus are not quantitative.
Yeah, so what often happens is a menu is written, but there is no actual quantities of food. So, for example, if it is a serving of meat, there's no actual quantity. The example I gave there is cheese and biscuits, which is a really good snack that can be provided to residents. So it can either be provided in a lovely cheese and biscuits on crackers that they can help themselves to, or it could be a quarter of a slice of processed cheese on 4 crackers. So very, very different. So when you look at a menu and it says cheese and biscuits, that sounds great, and potentially it can be a fantastic snack, but in reality, how it's actually presented to the residents can differ quite substantially. They're not quantified. If we can't quantify, how can we judge if that food's appropriate or not?
Ms. Lawrence, is this an issue that you've encountered?
Oh, definitely. It's quantifying is really important, and when dietitians are assessing completing menu audits, it's really important for us to know what the quantity that's actually being served, as well as the ingredients that go into a meal, as well as the recipes and the way that food is produced or cooked. All of those factors are really important for us as dietitians, so that we then have, if we know that, we then have the confidence in the menu to be able to say to our resident that, okay, these are your specific needs, this menu can meet those needs. But at this moment, we can't say that because we don't know the quantities that are being produced, we don't know the ingredients, we don't know what recipes, we don't know what changes are being made. So we don't have that confidence to be able to say, can we actually meet your individualised, can we customise this to your needs? It's really quite challenging when we're disengaged from that process.
Yes.
But none of that means that what goes through that process can't be delivered, as Maggie Beer said earlier, in a fun and tasty and attractive way.
That's right.
So what would you suggest needs to be done differently to be able to have better input in this process?
So it would be ideal, and it'd be great for chefs and cooks and dietitians to work together side by side, so that we develop our nutrition standards. We're there together to develop recipes that meet the needs of the residents, whether it's around nutrition, whether it's around taste, whether around senses, to be able to source ingredients that are appropriate for the older persons. And of course, we've got older people that have special dietary requirements as well. So we have to be really selective in choosing ingredients. But also bringing in seasonal fruits and vegetables is really important. Working together to support the memories and the emotional and spiritual and cultural needs of older people living in residential care is what we can do together to make a change.
It's the respect of the roles within the aged care environment. You've got some fantastic people in there, health professionals. We heard from a couple of chefs this morning how frustrated they were about what they saw and what they had to deal with. We've got 7,000 health professionals dedicated to nutrition who share that frustration, and it's joining the dots. You know, it's really, you've got nurses there, you've got support workers, joining the dots, respecting each part of that process.
Yes, and Dr. Uliano, a further factor that you have identified is a lack of documentation around the recipes and the ingredients that are actually involved. How does this cause problems?
What we've found in our work is that many don't work to a recipe. So if a recipe is provided, it could be nutritionally adequate, but if that recipe is not followed, we've got no idea of what's being provided. And what we've noticed over the duration I've been working in residential aged care over a 10-year period is if I get a particular meal, what we're finding is the meat content and the dairy content, so the high protein foods, the content is less. So a casserole is now being supplemented with other perhaps less nutritious components instead of the meat. And I think the chefs alluded to this as well. They were using cheaper cuts of meat. And so really what we're doing is compromising their intake. So if we look at dairy serves, it's gone from 2, it should be 4, down to 1. If we look at meat serves, it's gone from 2 a day down to 1. So we're compromising on the foods which will provide the nutrients that would then correct a lot of the problems we're seeing in residential aged care.
Do you have anything further you would like to add in relation to factors that are leading to instances of malnutrition, particularly in relation to residential aged care facilities first?
Yeah, so from residential aged care facilities, I guess one of the factors that I think is contributing to malnutrition is that there's a lack of governance of nutrition care within facilities. There's no framework to work to, there's no standards, there's no policies, there's nothing to guide the cooks, the chefs, the care providers, the nurses, the management, CEOs, health. There's nothing to guide them through this process around what is the most appropriate form of nutrition care in residential aged care.
Certainly. And I note that your association commissioned a scoping project, the development of nutrition and menu planning standards for residential aged care facilities in Australia and New Zealand. What did that project involve?
It looked at a review of all the literature around menu planning and from that made some recommendations, went to the association, and really the findings of that scoping was that there were no standards. There was no source of truth. There was no one central repository of that sort of guidance that was required. And what came out of that was DAA's work on, the Dietitian Association of Australia's work on this menu audit tool.
And Dr. Uliano, in relation to guidelines that are available for chefs, say in residential aged care facilities, do you think there's adequate guidance out there for chefs or cooks to know what it is they should be endeavouring to be providing?
Yeah, I think, look, it's a hard one because unless they've got the knowledge to apply it, it's really difficult. So in Australia, we've got the Australian Guide to Healthy Eating, which gives them a framework of servings of foods that they should be providing. That's for the healthy population. There are other guidelines. In Victoria, for example, the Department of Human Services had guidelines for menu items, which it kind of takes into account that older, frail people can't eat as much. But what we've found even with those guidelines is that they're not even met. So even though these guidelines are perhaps smaller, lesser guidelines in terms of volume of food, even they're not being met. So I think unless the guidelines are levels of nutritional care is mandated, a guideline is there to be guided, but it doesn't have to be used. And our experience from our research is showing they're actually not being used.
Yes, because the guidelines currently are not mandatory.
They're not mandatory, so they're suggestions. And look, some places do a fantastic job, but if you look at the average is below requirement. So for the few that are doing a great job, there's a lot that aren't doing a good job at all.
And certainly that's our experience also in community care. We recently developed the National Meal Guidelines for funded food services in the community, and again, they're guidelines and there are barriers to actually implementing those guidelines, but they're not mandated. So there's no what's the word, reason, I guess, for services to actually meet those guidelines if they can't do it.
Returning now to factors that may impact on a person's ability to get adequate nutrition, particularly in the aged care setting, how important is the role of staff that are involved in, say, feeding residents that are unable to feed themselves?
Yeah, look, I'll go with the literature to start with, and then I'll go down to practical. The literature shows that a resident needs about half an hour for a meal in order to be able to achieve adequate intake. So that's actually physically feeding the person. What's happening, again, this is the systemic problem, is that staff are overworked and they actually don't have the time to feed the residents. And so therefore, I often look at, in a facility, when we have family members feeding, it takes time away for a resident, for staff to actually feed another resident. So we forget a meal should be enjoyable. It shouldn't be just nutrition shoved into the mouth, and that's often the case simply because there's not enough time to do it. So some of the programs that have been put into place is actually freeing up all the staff during meal time so that the staff can actually sit with the residents and feed and assist with feeding. We found even sitting with residents can increase their intake. So that's actually not even physically feeding them, but just being with them. So some places look at splitting the lunchtime so that staff are available, freeing up staff time. I think we need to get down to these practical things of what we can do to improve not only just the nutritional intake, but the whole eating experience for these people. You know, having actually physically done it, it's not nice to see people have food just shoved down their throat simply because there's not enough time to actually engage with that person and actually enable them to enjoy that meal as well. So I think that, as I said, back to those systemic problems which need repair.
Mr. Hunt, have you heard of similar observations
Absolutely.
by your members?
Absolutely, right across the board. And many of our members go into sanctioned sites to report on them. But just picking up my colleagues' comments there, moving the next step is around that feeding, for want of a better word, process, is data collection. Collecting what did they eat? How much did they eat? You know, we've had stories, and you may have heard them in the commission earlier, where trays of food go into a room and half an hour later the carer comes back and collects it and the food's still on the tray. No questions asked. Robert must have been he mustn't have been hungry. And that tray goes back and there's no feedback around it. And it's so easy to do. But of course with data, you have to then be able to collect it, analyse it and deal with it. And it's not hard, and we heard earlier from the chefs that all these facilities, or most of these facilities, have some access to technology. It's not that hard to do.
And Ms. Lawrence, in your experience, as a matter of practicality, if you have a client and you've assessed them as having some issue of being malnutritioned, what are some examples of the types of measures you would recommend that they put into place?
Sure. So our first line of interventions is food first. It's so important for every Australian, but our older Australian, to receive their nutrition from food. In the event that the food that's being provided to them isn't going to meet their specific needs, our next line of defence would be fortifying those foods with food ingredients. So it could be adding extra cream, butter, margarine to increase the kilojoule content. It could be adding egg or legumes or skim milk powder into foods to increase the protein content. So it's adding food into food to make it worth more, that every little mouthful is worth more. Only after some of the other interventions that we might recommend could be a medication review. It could be referral to another health profession, such as a speech pathologist, to assess chewing and swallowing. It could be a referral to a dentist to look at dentition issues. It could be multiple referrals there. The next line would be considering, after all of that has been exhausted, would be then considering oral nutrition supplements. And I guess oral nutrition supplements, there's a purpose for them, there's a place for them, but they need to be implemented in a way that they're going to work. So they should never replace a meal. They should be there to supplement what's already there to meet the needs of that older person.
And Dr. Uliano, what's your view on the use of supplements in the diet of elderly?
You know, as Sharon has mentioned, they do have a purpose, but I think the literature indicates that over the long term, they're not effective. So over the short term, I can put weight back on a person by giving them a supplement, but over the long term, they're not effective. And
Why is that?
What we find, compliance goes down.
Yeah.
So if you imagine the cost, if we just go to simple cost, if I'm producing meals that aren't being eaten, there's a cost involved, the person loses weight, I then put them on a supplement that they're not consuming, there's two costs now, neither of which have been effective. So the key thing is often the trigger is weight loss. So when we see a resident lose weight, there's this trigger of let's act on it. Whereas I think if you look, correcting weight loss is much more difficult than preventing the loss in the first place. So what the approach that we're taking is all residents receive adequate nutrition so that the weight loss doesn't commence. And then in the case where it does, you can then address it. But at the moment, nutrition in aged care is what it is, and we're only addressing the issue when weight loss is occurring, which now it appears that it's occurring, and it's only triggered over there's a particular formula. So if we don't see weight loss occurring within a 3-month period, that person's left alone. Whereas what we see and what we've noticed in our work is the weight loss is creeping. So over a year, there is a substantial amount of weight loss, but none of it occurred within that 3-month period in order for that resident to be flagged.
Yes.
And that weight loss is happening because they're energy protein malnourished. So I'm saying prevent it by just providing adequate food.
Yes, and in studies or generally, have you observed what common practice is in relation to who pays for the supplements?
I'll talk in the residential age setting. There's 2 ways it can be paid for. If it's prescribed or suggested from the clinical care staff, it comes out of a clinical care budget. If it's a supplement that's added to the foods, it may come out of the food service budget. So it's a very mixed. I know in the community setting it's different again, but if you look at the cost of supplements, it's probably cheaper to feed them than it is to add a supplement. So I think the food first approach is probably the best approach, and the approach that they can relate to, because people forget food is a visual thing, it's an emotional thing. So giving a person a supplement may not necessarily induce the desire to eat, but perhaps putting a meal in front of them that they remember and recognise may make them want to eat.
Ms. Lawrence, when you create a nutrition plan for a client that's in a residential aged care facility, who's responsible for ensuring that that plan's then followed?
Yeah, so a nutrition plan would be communicated to not only the food service staff but also to the respective nursing staff as well. So unfortunately dietitians don't get to follow through on those plans, and so we rely on the nursing staff, the carers and the food service staff to follow through on those recommendations.
Yes, and what role does a general practitioner play in that process?
Geez, that can vary. Look, we've had reports from members where we've had general practitioners overrule the recommendations of dietitians, which is very sad. There are some general practitioners that are extremely supportive of our recommendations, but I guess there's a real 50-50 chance of what you're going to get there. And I think you've had other...
Yes, well, look, the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners at their own admission have said that GPs could do a lot more in this space, but they don't have time. You know, they're incredibly busy with their, what are the sayings, see 2 million patients a week. So again, I go back to joining the dots and respecting each other's roles and how we can do that. Certainly GPs have a role to play, particularly in medication prescribing and the likes. But again, it's about the team approach. And they don't have time. You don't see a GP up in an aged care facility very often at all, because it's lost time for them to get to the aged care facility, do what they have to do and get back. And when you've got other health professionals that can work in that team approach.
Mr Hunt, Ms Lawrence touched earlier on a current feature of the system, which is the separation of nutrition care from food services, which is often called hotel or hospitality services. In the experience of your members, does this have practical consequences for a dietitian's ability to fulfil their role in ensuring adequate nutrition for residents?
I think we've heard quite a bit of that today. There's the connection is broken. So, some places, and we heard this morning that there's a couple of providers that have it, but they're in the main, our members report that the connection's broken. And just to pick up the issue of this food, the plan, the nutrition plan, a physiotherapist in an aged care facility will prescribe or put in place a management plan for some sort of muscle or whatever treatment. He or she will then manage that treatment right through to the process. Whereas in the process with dietitians, they're called in where there's a trigger, where there's a red flag of something, and they'll put a plan in place, but then they have no ability to participate and ensure that that is developed right through to food service.
And Ms Lawrence, in the community setting, what access do elderly Australians currently have to nutrition-related services?
There's inconsistent access to dietitians or nutrition-related services in the community. So whilst I am one of the very few Commonwealth Home Support Program dietitians, we know that across Australia that there are some jurisdictions that don't have any Commonwealth Home Support Program dietitians. Where there are dietitians under the program, they're more likely to be concentrated in the metropolitan areas. So we don't see them extending out to the rural regional areas. This then falls back onto the health system. In older Australians needing to access a dietitian through the health system. But again, across Australia, we have multiple health systems, and quite often you don't see dietitians working they're not employed in the community space. They tend to be employed more in the hospital space within our health systems. So then the next option then is to access a dietitian via a GP under the Medicare chronic disease management plans. And this is really interesting because whilst you can access a dietitian under these plans, the whole group of allied health professionals are only allocated 5 interventions in a calendar year. So if an older person needs podiatry twice a year, and if they need to see a physiotherapist once a year, that only leaves 2 sessions for a whole year for that person to see a dietitian. Often the dietitians are, whilst it's Medicare orientated, there is an above out-of-pocket fee that can sometimes be charged to the older person. And then the final option, if all of those are exhausted, is to access a dietitian privately, either through private health insurance or for the person to pay for it themselves. So it's actually quite hard to access dietitians in the community, but yet the workforce is there to support it.
Thank you. And Mr. Hunt, the lack of access or limited access that people living in the community may have to dietitians because of the limitations on funding through Medicare or elsewhere, how do you think this impacts upon that person's ability to live in the community?
Well, there's absolutely an impact. Within the Medicare system, at the moment, the item numbers that dietitians can access to do that screening, to identify, to put those plans in place, is shared with a multiple of other allied health professions. There are 5 services, so everyone in this room can access 5 services through their Medicare for all of those allied health. And the issue is that there's not enough to go around, and certainly the data is showing that other allied health professions get access to that before dietitians. And so you have this small snowball becoming a bigger snowball, becoming an avalanche of malnourished people in the community, aged community, moving through the system.
And Mr. Hunt, in relation to, I guess, other matters that dietitian involvement, other matters that you advocate for in terms of dietitians' involvement, you note in your witness statement that you see that there's a role for dietitians in the accreditation and quality process part of the equation?
Yes, absolutely. And it comes back to, in the accreditation process, you have assessors going through the process that have very little or no nutrition training.
So what role would you see for a dietitian being involved in part of that process?
Well, I go back to my opening statement. You're dealing with thousands and thousands of health professionals who have dedicated their life and career to one thing, the science of nutrition and the clinical application of that. So you would be mad not to include those people as part of the team in that process. And that moves on to general education and training in the aged care sector. It's madness that they're not, this valuable resource that this community's got is not accessed.
And Dr. Uliane, is there any observations you'd like to make in relation to the role that more specialised trained people might be able to have in the role of the auditing process in aged care facilities?
Yeah, look, I think if you step back, unless we establish minimal standards or minimal requirements in which they can benchmark the facility or the aged care provider to, it doesn't matter how qualified our accreditors are. So I think what we really need to do is step back and say, well, if it's nutrition, what are the minimal requirements or the adequate requirements that we need to see to ensure that all the residents are achieving proper nutrition? Then you can then say, well, who's qualified, or what skills do they need to be able to quantify that? I think we need to go back that step. Current system is not mandatory, and it's not encouraging people to provide better nutrition for the residents. And through the work we've done, I'm seeing it getting further and further from adequate. And as the data showed with the costs, less and less is being spent on it. So the importance of food and nutrition needs to be perhaps given its right place, because really once they're nutritionally inadequate and they're malnourished, every other cost is going to go up because of their care needs, etc. So it is the centre, and I think it needs to be provided with its appropriate recognition. At the moment, it's not recognised as an integral part of the health of the resident, the person, and I think once that's recognised, its importance will be seen.
Yes. Ms. Lawrence, in your statement you raised the issue that there's a lack of oversight as to what happens when, say, a recommendation's made by a dietitian under the current system, where you might make a recommendation and then there's a lack of oversight as to what actually happens on the grounds in the residential aged care facility. How might those issues be addressed?
So my suggestion would be, again, around that governance and accountability framework, that we need to raise the profile of dietitians within the aged care arena. We need to ensure that there are, as Dr. Iuliano is saying, there needs to be minimum standards. We need to have, whether it's policies or frameworks that addresses the issues around screening and assessment, developing care plans, what the basic level of need is around the mealtime environment and assistance with eating and drinking and education. We need that governance around all of those issues, and then we need to ensure that there's some form of understanding that everybody knows what their role is when it comes to nutrition, because the nutrition is a multi-professional responsibility that everybody has a part in this, but we all need to know what our roles are, and we all need to know what each other's roles are so we can complement each other. So I feel that there needs to be a greater area of development around understanding that.
Yes. And in relation to the aged care quality standards, which have just come into effect, it's been observed that a number of these standards will be relevant to managing food and nutrition related risks. Is there anything further you'd like to say in relation to the standards specifically? Perhaps I'll start with you, Ms. Lawrence.
Yes. So there's a lot of focus on the new aged care standards around how it will be applied in the residential setting. My greatest concern is how it's going to address the nutrition needs of older Australians in the community. Currently the guidelines are very subjective. There's little guidance around nutrition, food and nutrition within there for assessors. And where there is guidance, it's more towards the residential setting and less within the community setting. But yet the guidelines, the standards, cover the community setting as well.
Mr. Hunt, do you have anything you would like to add to that?
They're too loose. They're open to interpretation, but they're along the road. But we need to work. We need to do better.
And what would you like to see when you refer to we need to do better?
Well, I think my colleague was going to come in there.
Yeah, no, I think what we're failing to address is the standards are resident focused. So what we should be focusing on is the resident and their needs, and are their needs being met, not getting the resident and putting them into a system and moulding them to a system. So we've got to go back the other way. So back to what the chefs were saying, we need to look at the timing of meals, we need to look at the accessibility of foods outside of meal times, when, what, how, and I think those are the factors. We need to actually consult with the residents as to what they want. I don't think a single system in terms of, if we do have a menu, that it's going to address the needs of all the residents. So maybe we need to look at how we can change that so that residents are given their appropriate choices. And I think that's where the difficulty will lie, and unless there's an incentive to actually get those systems in place, I think we're going to maintain the status quo, which to me at the moment is not appropriate, it's inadequate, because basically these residents are malnourished and they're starving to death. And what it is about quality of life, so that they can actually maintain the best quality of life to the point of death.
And we've discussed a lot today issues around malnutrition. Do you think, as a starting position, enough's been done just to maintain the health of residents that are currently have adequate levels of nourishment?
No. I think I find it quite sad that many residents have to rely on family members bringing in food in order to achieve the foods that they want and achieve the nutritional status that they want. I think prevention's better than trying to deal with malnutrition. So what we need to address are all the residents, not just simply those that are losing weight. We need to look at prevention to prevent that happening, and also just quality of life, so that they actually get to enjoy their food and their meals. Because currently what's happening is, yes, I have a nutrition focus, but I also have a food focus, and what we're failing to remember is that food is important to them. And when we make that food tasty and nutritious and meaningful to them, they'll eat it. And if they eat it, they stay nourished. So I think we need to really address how we're delivering food to older adults in residential aged care.
And what do you see as being some of the biggest issues with the type of food and the way it's been delivered in the residential aged care facilities you've studied?
Look, currently what we're seeing is the shift away from quality foods. We're seeing a shift away from the high protein, so the dairy foods and the meats. We're seeing less protein-based foods in meals. We're seeing more discretionary foods, so cakes and sweets and things like that fill them up, but is not nutritionally sound. We're seeing a greater consumption of that occurring. So I think what we need to do is go back and say, well, what are the minimal standards of nutrition that we should be giving these people, and that they've got access to it? So it shouldn't be part of extra services. It should be just basic right to receive those foods, and that should be across the board, across all aged care facilities, not simply those that are doing a great job.
We have to remember, though, Council, that food is not nutrition unless it's eaten. So there's a process here where you have to join the dots, the quality of the food, the way, the excitement and the passion that comes from food, but it ain't nutrition unless it's eaten.
Ms. Lawrence, what observations could you make about the ability of residential aged care providers to implement the recommendations that you might make as part of someone's nutrition plan?
Look, I believe that at this moment they don't have the capacity to do that, just because they don't have the skill and knowledge to be able to do that. And I feel that dietitians are able to support the food service staff, the cooks and the chef, in regards to upskilling them in their knowledge around the specific needs of the older person, the changing needs of the older person, and how to manage specific needs, whether it be somebody who requires a specialised diet or texture modified diet. I feel that we're able to support the services to do that, but at this stage that's not there, it's not available.
And in terms of the current audit system for residential aged care facilities, I know we've touched on this briefly, but do you have a view, Dr. Iliano, about whether auditors are well equipped to properly assess whether nutritional needs are being met by residents in facilities?
Look, the current system, as I mentioned before, if we don't quantify a menu, all we can do is look at it. And if we don't know what we're not looking for, then how can we judge if it's okay? So I think what we need is people who can at least quantify what's on a menu. The menu needs to be quantifiable. We need to actually see what's happening. So it's one thing to have a fantastic menu, but if the residents aren't eating it, then we need to look at what's actually being consumed by the residents. What's delivered, what's consumed. That kind of system isn't difficult. As mentioned earlier, there is technology that can help with that kind of system. So if only half of every meal is being eaten, then the nutrition is lacking simply because they're not eating it. And then it's like, why aren't they eating it? I think what we're not doing is going down those next levels. Why aren't they eating it? What is it about the food that is causing them not to eat, and then addressing it backwards?
And I guess it's more than it's not only about what is it about the food, but it's what else is happening for that person at the time. So it's, are there changes around grief and loss? Are there changes around social circumstances? Are there changes around the physiological changes? Like, have they got, oral thrush? Have they got poor dentition? So it could be other, so going down the why, we're not doing that. We're not doing that enough to actually get to the nitty-gritty part of why our residents and our older Australians aren't consuming adequate nutrition.
And in terms of being able to assess whether, say, a person in a residential aged care facility is having adequate nutrition, do you have any observations about the use of food and hydration logs that are kept sometimes in facilities, and whether in your experience these are done properly to enable you to be able to perform an assessment about whether they're getting adequate intake?
Whilst a dietitian may recommend a food and fluid log, there's a skill level that comes with recording these logs. So, as we've said earlier, it needs to not only be around not just a list of what's consumed, it also needs to be quantified, the amount that's consumed, or what's been left. It all needs to be quantified for us to be able to make a full assessment of whether they're meeting all their requirements or only half of their requirements. I guess it also then comes back to how does that relate to what they would have been provided, what they would have consumed if they ate the whole lot. So as dietitians, sometimes we don't know the nutrient value, the energy value, the protein value of what they were consuming in the first place, let alone knowing from those logs if that met 25%, 50%, 75%.
I think from my observation from the work that we've done, there's a disconnect between the food production and the food consumption. So in a nutshell, many of the facilities now have kitchens that are quite a distance to the location at which it's eaten, the dining room. So the food's produced, and it's usually the care staff that clean the plate that can tell us whether a food was eaten or not. So unless that's relayed back to the kitchen, there is a disconnect. So what we really need to do is reconnect those two things so that the kitchen's aware when food is eaten or not eaten. Often, if you need to find information, it's the care staff that can tell you about a resident, because they're the hands-on people that actually see what the resident is doing, what they're eating and not eating. And I think that's back to that team approach. We need to get everyone back on the same page to bring all the staff together, clinical staff, food service staff, back together so that the nutritional care of the resident is met.
Yes.
If she could speak from the public gallery, I'm sure Maggie would say the chefs or cooks would want to know if they're really passionate about their job, they're being recognised for their part of the team. I don't know about anyone else here, but when I do some cooking, I really like feedback. So that's really important. And again, it's about these join the dots. It's actually a team approach.
Yes. And we spoke earlier about the effect that food budgets may have on a facility's ability to provide sufficient nutrition to a resident. Dr. Iliano, in your statement, you detail at paragraph 27 the cost of identified in a study of $6.08 per resident per day. What was that figure obtained from?
So they actually looked at food purchasing costs across the number of facilities, and from that research that was done by Dr. Cherie Hugo, and it was in Australia, which is good. Where possible, we use Australian data. What we found is that the actual costs were going down, so which means that they're actually spending less. Now, this is a mean cost, and as we mentioned, the food service manager showed that her budget, I think, was $14, which is fantastic. But I think at a $6 budget, it would be very difficult to meet the nutritional needs of a person with that amount of money. And perhaps what needs to be done is to actually model how much money it does cost, and therefore that becomes a minimal benchmark of budgetary allocation to food, because $6 would not be enough.
No, and you observe in your statement that this is about a third of the average daily household expenditure in the community, which is around $17.25, Is that right?
Yep, that was taken from the Australian Bureau of Statistics. So what we've looked at is, what is spent, and that amount is only for purchasing of food. That doesn't include eating out. So what we're saying is that that's simply just purchasing. So really a $6 budget is almost impossible to meet nutritional needs of a person with $6 a day. So what we need to do is work out how much is the minimum, and even if it is matching the national standard for older adults, at the least we do that.
And you note also that the $6 odd figure is less than the money currently spent in corrective services, which is $825, is that right?
Yeah, so it's the same thing. One thing we fail to remember is when someone's in residential aged care, they don't have access or have limited access to other food. So they are under the guidance of that aged care provider, and if they're not providing, they do not have access to other food unless they have family members that bring it in. So really it's about that provider ensuring that what they're providing is adequate.
Thank you. Do you have any further observations you'd like to make in relation to the average cost of food in residential aged care facilities?
Well, only just to echo exactly the same comments, is that the small amount that's actually spent on a resident per day, I totally agree. There's no chance that we could meet the overall nutrition requirements of a healthy person, let alone a frail older person whose needs, nutrient needs, are even more extensive than a healthy older person.
I would make two very quick comments. One, Council, you should also note the doubling of the cost of supplements in the same report. And also, and I'm sure the Commission, well, we gave you a lot, I'm sure you're getting a lot of statistics, but you multiply that cost by a number of residents in aged care compared to the cost of them going into public hospitals because they're malnourished and need that sort of attention. As an accountant, the numbers do stack up that we need to go back a step.
Yes. Today you've each given evidence about a range of recommendations for improvements to the current system. What do you think is the most important matters that you would seek the Commission's attention to in relation to change in this area? Perhaps I'll start with you, Ms Lawrence.
For me, I believe there needs to be a stronger governance and accountability framework around the provision of food and around nutrition across both residential and community settings. We've got such a huge gap in the community to be able to support the nutrition needs, and I guess the aim of supporting residents in the community is to prevent them or to minimise their chances of going into residential care. Older people want to age in their homes. They want to age at home. So why don't we have a system that supports that process to ensure that the risks of nutrition don't escalate to a point where they become malnourished, where they become more frail and become more dependent on others for their care and enter into aged care facilities. So I feel that we really need to look at the whole governance approach. There is no national nutrition policy at all that encompasses the nutrition needs of the older person. So I feel that that's something that we need to look at.
Mr Hunt, in relation to the lack of a national nutrition policy in Australia, what do you think should be included in any such policy?
So my colleague touched on an aged care nutrition policy, but the dietitians and the dietitian nutritionist profession has been advocating for some time for a national nutrition policy because at any metric we have an epidemic. We have an epidemic in obesity, we have an epidemic in nutrition being as a risk factor for so many of the chronic diseases that are all going one way, up. And then we talk about in the aged care sector, we have had a silent, faceless abuser in the aged care sector for years. It's been tragic around what we've seen in terms of the safety of residents, but for years and years and years, this silent, faceless abuser called malnutrition has been around. So what certainly from the National Nutrition Policy is absolutely whatever the Commission can do to encourage governments and the community to elevate nutrition to its rightful spot in our health prevention strategy. It is a human right. It absolutely should be at the top of the tree.
I think the final area, I think many people that work in aged care are wanting to do the right thing. I don't think it's all about, not caring. There are many that do care, but many are not informed. So I think that minimal educational standards for staff so that they're at least equipped to be able to produce the correct foods, to understand what those foods are, to recognise when someone is not well, to be able to react to people appropriately if they're not eating and what they need to do. So I think, you know, in a sense, it's the three areas. It's the education, it's the policy, and then it's the monitoring of what's actually happening. I think those three together would make a very big difference to residential aged care and community care for nutrition.
Thank you. Commissioner, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms Hutchins. Thank you very much for your evidence. There's just one matter I want to pursue, and that is this. You've given evidence about falls causing fractures. I just wonder whether it's not also the other way round, whereby somebody with brittle bones has a fracture and therefore a fall.
I've got the evidence for that. 95% of fractures occur from a fall. So you will get that few percent that do get up from a chair and fracture and fall, but 95% of fractures are the other way around.
The other way around.
Yeah. And you're correct, they are extremely fragile, so it doesn't take a lot for that bone to break.
Yeah. Yes,
And Commissioner, as I said, downstream, the costs of that far outweigh the costs of the fixing the problem up here, so we don't have as many. We can't stop them all, but there is absolute, without a doubt, evidence that a lot of that can be prevented through better nutrition.
Yeah. Well, nutrition is emerging as one of the major matters that are central to the well-being of our elderly citizens in this country, both in nursing care but also in home settings. And we are indebted to you for your expert evidence about this, and I can assure you that your recommendations will be taken on board when it comes time to make recommendations to government. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The Commission will adjourn until 3 o'clock. Yes, Mr Rosen.
Commissioner, the next witness is Adrian Lewis, and Ms Lewis is in the witness box.
I swear by Almighty God that the evidence I shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Ms Lewis, can you please confirm for us your full name for the transcript?
Adrian Alexis Lewis.
And that's Adrian spelled A-D-R-I-E-N-N-E.
That's correct.
All right. And Ms Lewis, for the Royal Commission, you have made a witness statement dated the 18th of June 2019.
Yes.
And I see you have a copy of that in front of you, and the code here is WIT.0246.0001.0001, and the first page should be on the screen that you can see to your left there, if that helps you. Have you had a chance to read through your statement before coming along this afternoon to give evidence?
Yes.
And is there anything that you'd like to change in the statement?
No.
No. And are its contents true and correct?
Yes.
I'll tender the statement of Adrian Lewis, the 18th of June, Commissioner.
The witness statement of Adrian Alexis Lewis, dated the 18th of June 2019, will be Exhibit 6-49.
Ms Lewis, if I can start by asking you a little bit about yourself. You currently are Project Manager Aged Care for the Service Planning Unit of the South Australian Dental Service.
Yes.
And what is the South Australian Dental Service?
It's the government dental provider in South Australia for children and adults.
Okay. When you say the dental provider, it provides dentistry services to,
Yes, to children
citizens?
to children and adults in South
Right.
Australia.
And what does the Service Planning Unit do?
The Service Planning Unit looks at what services the dental service needs to provide, and
Yes.
sort of in the area of aged care, it has had quite a focus on that. It also looks at what sort of dental clinics, where they need to be positioned, etc.
Right. Does the dental service provide dental services in residential aged care settings?
Yes.
So
Yes.
there are dentists employed, are there, by the service that go to residential aged care facilities?
Yes, but only in a very limited capacity, and we have two models that we use.
Yes. Do you want to
So-
just briefly tell us what they are, please?
So one has been a model whereby SA Dental Service supports private dentists, and it's a small group. It's essentially been a demonstration project,
Yes.
and it was a collaboration between the ADA, which is the Australian Dental Association, and SA Dental Service, looking at how to support the delivery of services into residential aged care. So these private dentists are supported by a scheme, so a payment,
Yes.
and the provision of portable equipment, which SA Dental Service maintains and couriers out to participating residential aged care facilities. But as I said, it's a demonstration project, and it's a very limited project due to funding.
Right.
The other service we offer is dental domiciliary care, and we have two teams, Northern and South, that do that. And they visit residential aged care facilities, but really on a sort of emergency call-out basis.
I see.
And I guess sort of with the caveat there that people that can get to a dental clinic are encouraged to get to a dental clinic, and for people to be eligible to have public dental care, they must have a concession card. So there must be a pension card or a healthcare card.
Right. Do you know if in other states, state governments offer similar services in aged care settings?
Yes, there are a variety of models, and Peter Fulton gave a bit of an example of
Yes.
those in his witness statement. But it is an area that I guess every state is grappling with how to provide a service in that context.
Yes. All right. We might come back to some of those topics in a moment. I just wanted to get some sense of the work that you do. We'll see in a moment that in your capacity as project manager, you've worked on some specific projects to do with more broadly oral health care in relation to the older population, both in a residential setting and in a home care setting.
Yes, to support non-dental health professionals,
Yes.
improve oral health in those settings.
That might be just a good opportunity to clarify that. You said non-dental health professionals. There's a distinction in your statement between dentists and dental technicians in one category and then this other category. Can you just expand a little bit for us what you have in mind when you talk about non-dental oral health professionals?
I guess not everybody, not all older people see a dentist. They may see them, their relationships may be once a year or maybe never with a dentist, but they're cared for by a lot of other health professionals, so doctors and nurses and speech pathologists and physios, occupational therapists, so they can build up long-term relationships with these people who are responsible for monitoring, assessing their health status and supporting and guiding and enabling older people. So the rationale behind sort of building the oral health capacity of this non-dental group is to raise the profile of oral health so they can do the assessments, so they can do oral health planning, oral health delivery of basic oral health care and dental referral as indicated with an assessment.
We will come back to a couple of those. Before I press on with that, I need to ask you a little bit more about yourself. You professionally are a registered nurse.
Yes.
And you've worked in that capacity, presumably, as a nurse?
As a nurse for a very long time,
In acute health setting or in aged care settings or both?
Mainly in acute care.
Yes.
Private and public.
Right. You've got a number of other qualifications which I won't take you through. They're set out in paragraph 8 of your statement. But you are also a member of the Australian College of Nursing.
Yes.
And you're a visiting research fellow with the Adelaide Nursing School at the University of Adelaide.
Yes.
And it's there that you have nearly completed a PhD,
Completed a PhD.
You have completed a PhD?
Just waiting for conferral.
Right. So we can't quite call you Dr. Lewis? No.
Couple of weeks.
Soon, no doubt. And what is the subject of the PhD thesis?
I was exploring the factors that affect the implementation and sustainability of improving oral health in the community aged care setting.
Right, okay. And in your statement, perhaps if paragraph 10 could be brought up, it's on page 2. There's a section headed Mary's Story, and without necessarily reading it, but you can read it if you'd like to, you say that was an inspiration to you in setting about doing a PhD, which is obviously a very big task. What was it about this particular story that so inspired you?
I guess the story, it was that something so simple as having a clean mouth can make quite an impact on somebody's life.
Yes.
And really how within nursing care, some of the basic fundamentals of care, and it's the simple things that prevent bad things happening.
Yes.
And Mary's story actually came from the Better Oral Health in Residential Care project that I worked on.
Yes.
And so this project looked at improving the oral health capacity of nurses to do assessments and plan care, helping care workers to deliver that care, and we also had a visiting dentist on this particular site. And so this is one of the stories from the nurses with that. And I guess Mary's story, and I will read it out.
Please do.
So as Mary aged, she underwent a hip replacement and was diagnosed with heart problems, and began a slow decline into dementia. Her family could no longer cope with her care needs, and she entered a residential aged care facility. At first this was just hostel care, but eventually at 90 years old she was placed in high care. Mary at this stage had been in the facility for 7 years and no one had checked inside her mouth. She was unable to do most things for herself. Her dentures clacked around in her mouth and she was losing weight, and she cried a lot. And to the staff, this was just how Mary was. She vocalised and she cried a lot. The facility's RN did an oral health assessment and discovered that, in addition to loose dentures, Mary had sore and bleeding gums, a build-up of plaque and tartar on her dentures, and a dry mouth most of the time due to her medications. After the assessment, staff were able to improve Mary's oral health by increasing their care of her dentures, using Polydent to secure the dentures in her mouth, disinfecting the dentures regularly, and using Curecept gel on her gums and Kenalog on her ulcers. Care workers encouraged Mary to eat more and to drink more fluids. They applied Carmex to her dry lips. Improvements in Mary's oral health came quickly. Her ulcers healed, her gums no longer bled, she reported no pain. She started to gain weight, and best of all, she no longer cried. The staff were absolutely astounded by this, and one of the staff members said to me, "What's another word for guilt?" One nurse said, "We should have been doing this years ago."
And what strikes me from this story, and also from reading your statement, is that a simple check of oral health can have such a profound effect on health generally and very importantly quality of life for an older person. And that, as I read your statement, that's a theme that runs through it, that really the steps necessary to ensure oral health are quite simple and inexpensive steps. Is that a fair observation?
Yes.
Now, I should have said at the start, you've already mentioned Dr. Fulton's name. Thank you for reminding me. We did give you Dr. Fulton's statement. He gave evidence in Sydney, and the evidence he gave covers somewhat similar ground to the topics that we've invited you to give evidence about here. And you have referred in your statement a number of places to evidence that he has given. I won't take you specifically to those, but I take it in general terms that you broadly agreed with the observations that he made in the evidence that he gave in Sydney.
Yes.
And I think you indicate you actually know him professionally.
Yes.
Yeah. Perhaps I can just start by asking you to address the question which appears at the top of page 3 of your statement, and that is, what is the importance of oral health in a person's health and quality of life in aged care?
I guess we've talked earlier today about the importance of the eating experience, and I guess I need to say it all starts with the mouth. So in terms of quality of life, there are multiple problems with poor oral health. So it affects an older person's ability to eat and enjoy their meals. It can impact on their chewing, their food choices and sense of taste.
I might just stop you there if I could, because we heard evidence from the gentleman who was seated in the middle of the panel, I've forgotten his name, I'm sorry, just earlier. He was talking about food going back, plate of food being placed in front of an elderly resident in an aged care facility. We've heard this several times during the course of the commission. And you would no doubt encourage staff to make inquiries about why food is uneaten, because of course it might be through to pain associated with chewing.
Yes, we've mentioned a few times about joining the dots.
Yes.
So it's about comprehensive care and seeing what the connections are.
Is that a phenomenon that you have experienced? That is, someone either not eating at all or not eating much because of painful gums, for example, or sore teeth?
Yes. So if it interrupts meals, so I guess there are a number of issues. It can be because there's dental pain.
Yes.
So it's painful to chew. It could be lack of teeth, so they've got chewing incapacity. It could be dry mouth that's causing a lack of taste and no appetite or difficulty swallowing. And apart from the aspect of eating, there's also people that it affects a person's appearance. So, they find it embarrassing to smile and laugh. It can affect their speech. Bad breath, people don't want to come up and give you a hug or a kiss. So
Yes.
it's quite debilitating, really.
Yes. And you make the point in paragraph B there at 15 of the ability of poor oral health to impact, for example, on sleep patterns as well.
Yes, sleep patterns and change behaviour in people with dementia.
Yes. Yep. We've had considerable evidence in the Commission about behaviour in people afflicted with dementia being addressed by medication or other forms of restraint, and no doubt you would encourage investigation of behaviours which may well be related to pain generally, but of course specifically dental pain. Yes, and I take it that's once again a phenomenon that you've seen in your work. You use the expression at paragraph 16 of the mouth acting as a portal for disease, and I might ask you to expand on that, please.
So I guess we tend to forget that the mouth is part of the body.
Yes.
As I said, with eating, it starts with the mouth, but also oral health and disease are closely linked. So when I use the term a portal for disease, so we've got tooth decay and gum disease, it can contribute to oral infections. If there's an infection in the mouth, it can go in the bloodstream and spread to other parts of the body, so there can be bacteremia or septicemia. Also, with having bacteria in the mouth, it can be inhaled and you've got aspiration pneumonia.
Yes, which you refer to at paragraph 18. You said a moment ago, you made a reference to forgetting that the mouth is part of the body, and perhaps if I could just ask you to expand on that. I take that to mean, not literally, but rather there is a perception in the community generally, I think it's fair to say, about health matters associated with mouths to be the province of dentists rather than any other sort of health professional. Am I on the right path there?
You're on the right path, but it happens within the professions as well.
I see.
So we've had a lot of talk about nutrition today, but not a lot of talk about that it could be the mouth that's causing people not to eat.
Yes.
And the same with changes in behaviour with dementia. It would be a whole lot of other things rather than thinking that it's the mouth.
Yes.
And a lot of the assessments, even a comprehensive assessment by a GP or a nurse, may forget to even look in the mouth.
Yes.
So.
You're asked at the foot of page 3 to identify common oral health problems that are prevalent in residential aged care settings, and I take it that the ones you've mentioned, that is, aspirational pneumonia can occur in a residential aged care setting just as it can in any other situation, presumably.
Yes.
Yep. But you identify on page 4 a number of other specific matters for the Commission's information. I want to ask you about the reference at paragraph 21 to retention of natural teeth. And if I could ask you to expand on that, that's a change we've seen in recent years, is it not?
Yes, and before I say that, I guess a lot of the conditions like tooth decay, gum disease, dry mouth and thrush and cancers, they're all interrelated and they all exacerbate existing medical conditions. So they shouldn't be seen in isolation. They have a knock-on effect and they are made worse by not looking after the mouth. So when it comes to the retention of natural teeth, in the past, in aged care, people would have expected people to have full dentures, no teeth and full dentures. There's been quite a generational change now, and we're seeing less and less of that, and quite rapidly in the population. So one would expect people to, if not have all of their natural teeth, but to have some natural teeth, supported by restorative dental work, and by that, the mouth becomes quite complex.
So a couple of things there. Firstly, what is the reason for that change? Why do we now see more older people with full or partial sets of teeth, whereas a generation ago it was more likely to be dentures. How's that explained?
Advances in modern dentistry,
Right,
fluoride in the water,
yes,
and societal expectations.
yes. So all of that, one would assume they're positive developments, but they bring with them new challenges. And perhaps if you could explain what those challenges are.
So while retaining your teeth, I certainly hope to keep my teeth for as long as I can. I know it's going to improve my quality of life for all of the reasons that we spoke about before.
Yes.
But it also increases the risk of tooth decay and gum disease. So, with having a more complex mouth and also the presence of polypharmacy and dry mouth that also have an effect on the health of the mouth, I need to maintain good care of my mouth, and I also need to be able to access a dentist for preventative treatments.
And the difference there is with dentures, they're to be taken out overnight and placed in water, perhaps. The care needs are somewhat less. Is that right? Or different?
Well, the care needs are less, and they are also different because
Yes.
dentures also have risks attached to them, which probably they were neglected in the past, to be honest with you.
Yes.
Just going back to the complex mouth, particularly an advancement has been implants, and the risk of not maintaining good oral health is diabolical, with diabolical failure of the implant. So having a stud in the gum, in the bone, if there's an infection there, it's serious.
Yes, because the infection can go through to the bone. Yes. And in your experience, how have residential aged care facilities adapted to those changes? Is there an issue there about the preparedness for the residential aged care sector to address that sort of changing oral health of
I'd have to
the
say
residents?
no. I'd have to say no. I think there's a lack of insight into the high-risk consequences of poor oral health.
Right. And what do you put that down to? Is that due to ignorance or staffing, or what's the explanation for
I
that?
think there are multi-factors
Yes.
that are responsible for that. As I said, I think there's a lack of insight, and that comes from education. On the other hand, people may well say that the mouth is really important to general health and quality of life, but yet in practice it's not happening. And we know out of all of the care, fundamentals of care that are given to older people, that oral health is probably the most missed.
Just to clarify, when you talk about oral health, obviously brushing teeth regularly is a part of that. Are there other dimensions?
Yes, people often refer to mouth care or oral care.
Yes.
I prefer to call it oral health care because it's more than brushing teeth. It is about diet, it is about prevention of dry mouth, etc.
Right. So when we talk about diet, you do deal with this in your statement. You talk about the importance of reducing the consumption of sugary foods, for example. I think there's an expression, tooth-friendly food, which obviously is really the link back to some of the evidence we've heard earlier today, isn't it, about the importance of healthy food, not just for general health, but for mouth health as well. Is that right?
Yes. It's more the frequency of consuming food.
Yes.
So every time we eat something, we have an acid attack in our mouth. So a healthy mouth can cope with, breakfast, morning tea, lunch, afternoon tea and dinner quite comfortably. Somebody that's got a dry mouth is more vulnerable, so the acid attack, it takes longer, double the time to recover from that. So if somebody has dry mouth and has retained their teeth and they are snacking on food or sugary drinks continually through the day, their mouth is in a constant acid bath.
You deal with the phenomenon of dry mouth, which you've mentioned a few times. Xerostomia, is that the correct pronunciation, and you note that it is a common issue, and we've heard quite a bit about it, particularly in the context of being unable to produce saliva and then unable to consume foods in a way that's comfortable. And you've identified in paragraph 24 some of the causes of the phenomenon of dry mouth. I take it's not something that is necessarily associated with ageing. It's not inevitable.
No, it's not inevitable, but people that are ageing and the comorbidities that they have are probably at a higher risk, and it's particularly around the polypharmacy, the medications that they're taking.
Yes, so I wanted to ask you about that. That's another link with a topic that has been explored in the Royal Commission, that is that particular medications can have the effect of causing the mouth to become very dry. And it's another example of what you talked about earlier, the need to join the dots. That is, it's important to know that if a resident in an aged care setting is taking a particular medication and that's likely to result in dry mouth, then steps presumably need to be taken to address that to ensure their quality of life.
So that might be, when a nurse is doing an oral health assessment, when somebody's coming into a residential aged care facility, or even starting a package, that there's somebody that's reviewing that. So whether it's the nurse or the GP, or if we're looking at comprehensive care, that it's the pharmacist that's reviewing that.
Yes. In relation to that, we have heard in the Commission a lot of evidence about care plans of various descriptions. There might be a care plan addressing wound care. A care plan might be concerned with avoiding pressure injuries. It might be concerned with falls risk, for example. We have seen some examples of care plans addressing oral health, but perhaps not that many. Is that an issue here as well, that there isn't enough attention to ensuring oral health by way of a formalised care plan that, for example, would monitor a phenomenon like dry mouth? That's something I suspect you'd be advocating.
Ideally, yes, that would be great. But as I said, some of the problems with actually doing care plans and the attitudes towards oral health, well, it may be in the care plan, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be actioned for many reasons. So when I mentioned we need to put the mouth back in the body, oral health for some reason is seen as something that is optional. Often it's seen, oral mouth care is like a task associated with grooming or hairstyling. So when their work practices rush for time, it is something that can be missed. It's not seen as an equal priority to a lot of other things. And it's also, the mouth can hide miscare quite easily. Unless there's a lot of pain or there's excessive bad breath, it can hide miscare.
See, well, as it did in Mary's case for a number of years, it seems. At paragraph 27 of your statement on page 5, you identify some of the costs associated with oral disease, and you say that it imposes a significant burden on the healthcare system. So the same, and I won't go through the figures, they're set out for us, but at the same time as you've told us that attending to oral health care can be a relatively inexpensive exercise, because it just requires attention essentially and some time, obviously. The costs of not attending to oral health care are quite significant, I take it from those figures.
And I guess with oral care, it's not the poor oral health is not associated with ageing. A lot of the conditions like tooth decay, gum disease can be prevented by good oral health. They can be prevented by good care, good daily care, prevented or managed, and timely dental referral. So these hospitalisations are preventable.
At paragraph 34 of your statement on page 6, you give us some examples, which I'll ask to be brought up on the screen, of examples of poorly maintained dentures and unclean natural teeth. Perhaps if the denture photo could be brought up. It's tab 90 in the general tender bundle, ALE.0001.001.001. Just while that's coming up. That's it. Can you tell us about this photo, please, Ms. Lewis?
This is dentures that have not been cleaned,
Yes.
and a person was wearing them.
And is that a common phenomenon in your experience, albeit that there's a smaller and smaller number of people wearing dentures,
Smaller
as you've
number
explained?
wearing dentures, but I guess the problem with partial dentures is that they don't get removed, and there's so much calculus around them. People would think that they were natural teeth.
I see. And do you think that, you'd be guessing, I suppose, but that might be the explanation for this case?
Yes. These dentures have not been cared for and they've not been taken out of the mouth, so you can see how uncomfortable they would be.
Yes. And is this a case you have some particular familiarity with? Why have you drawn our attention to it?
Just an example of what is seen in residential aged care.
Yes.
So not so much the dentures, but the next photograph of
Yes.
an unclean mouth is probably more what we'd see.
More common. Perhaps we'll go to that then. Tab 91, please, in the general tender bundle. And this is an example of poorly clean teeth in an elderly resident in an aged care facility.
And within this facility there was a dentist, there still is a dentist and a hygienist that go there once a month, and they've attended to this person, and after one visit, like 4 weeks later, this is what they found. So we were having, so this facility was having the services of dental care.
Yes.
But to me, this is saying that the mouth is not my problem, it's the dentist's problem. So
Yes.
this miscare.
Right. That's an unintended consequence of having a dental visiting program, perhaps, that's seen to be someone else's
Someone else's problem.
Yeah, I see.
And I guess here, when you look at the miscare, particularly for this person, you can see, their tongue is sore, their gums are red. With the dental plaque there, the risk of aspiration pneumonia is quite high, and this would
Yes.
be very uncomfortable. And this is more likely to be somebody that's got dementia.
You make reference to the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission's new standards, which we did ask you about, and this is paragraph 38 of your statement. You say, like Dr. Fulton, who gave evidence about this matter in Sydney, you're concerned about the extent to which the new standards will ensure appropriate attention to oral health. Can you expand on what the concern is there?
First of all, I'd like to qualify. I think the new standards are excellent in the way that they're encompassing residential aged care and home care. I think that's very positive. My concern is more around how evidence-based oral care is going to be measured. What are they using as their evidence base for a start?
Yes.
And how's it going to be measured, and what information is going to be provided to consumers, particularly under the umbrella of consumer-directed care or informed consumer-directed care?
Yes, so a bit like the last witness on the panel who was referring to a concern about the application of nutrition standards in the context of home care. There is that theoretical application, well, certainly it's applicable to the home care setting. The concern is how it's to be applied and how compliance with the standard is to be measured, if I'm understanding you.
Yes.
If we could go to paragraph 43 of your statement, please. I want to ask you a little bit about the project that you're involved in, which builds on work that Dr. Fulton referred to, that is the Better Oral Health in Residential Care program. And you explain at paragraph 43 by reference to that you're involved in the development of the program, and you specifically draw our attention to Better Oral Health, the Better Oral Health in Residential Project report. What I'm particularly interested in asking you about is the adaptation of that work to the home care setting, which you had some involvement in. Can you just explain to us the background to that, what you were trying to achieve in applying that to the home care setting?
So with the residential aged care project, it was promoting a multidisciplinary approach to oral health care. So as I said, 4 processes about oral health assessment, care planning, actioning of that care plan, and timely referral for dental care. So the residential aged care project was very successful, and we saw good improvements in oral health and building the capacity of the workforce up. So within the home care setting, particularly with the reforms and the development of the changes in the home care packages, and knowing that 80% of care in the future it's predicted would take place in the community, and 20% in residential aged care. So this was really looking at translating that to fit the community aged care context.
So it's building on the success of the residential care program, but tailoring it to a home care setting.
Yes.
And perhaps if we could bring up an example, or not an example, but a product of that work that you've drawn our attention to. It's at tab 92. This is the Building Better Oral Health Communities Project Summary document. And this is one aspect of the work that resulted from that project.
This was a project summary.
Yes.
And the branding there with the toothbrushes was similar to that of the residential aged care. And the toothbrushes were quite significant because they, as I said before, oral care or toothbrushing is associated with grooming, where in this context it's a tool. And so a bent toothbrush can be used as a retractor. A forward bent toothbrush can be used to clean behind teeth, so it's a tool.
Yes. And if we can turn to page 5 of that document, please, the code's .0005 in the top right-hand corner. Just back a couple of pages, please. That's it. And if we could just increase the size of the 2 paragraphs under the heading background on the left-hand column. And this page sets out a summary of the project, and it's a useful way of the Commission understanding it. We see that there's a reference there to future estimates predicting that 80% of formal aged care is to take place in the home setting, and that's an observation you made a moment ago. And we know from a lot of the evidence that we've heard in the Commission and a lot of empirical work that there's a strong desire for people to age in their own homes. And so the work here is built on that expectation that people's desire will be matched by appropriate funding. And I say that because we've heard a lot of evidence about that not being the case presently, that people, for example, are assessed for level 4 home care packages, but there's often considerable delay associated with their delivery. Is that relevant to the application of the policy, or sorry, of this project rather?
Yes.
How so?
So I guess within this project, it's about building the capacity of the home care staff to actually be able to assess and monitor somebody in their home. So we talked about nutrition before. Has the care worker noticed that there's more food not being eaten, left in the fridge, in the bin when they're coming to assist with meal preparation, etc.?
Yes.
So I guess a lot of the work within aged care, looking from a care worker or nursing perspective, and I guess with other professions too, we tend to concentrate on a task and time rather than thinking and linking what we're doing to the bigger picture. So this project, particularly with the presence of aged care workers, so care workers going into homes that aren't supervised by registered nurses. They are actually the eyes and ears of the organisation. So they're quite key in being able to recognise if something's going wrong. So not only about oral health, but a whole lot of other conditions as well.
Yes.
But the focus of this was to raise the awareness of oral health and its importance.
And you explained to us in your statement at paragraph 47 that various resources were produced as a result of the project. Can you summarise what the outputs were of the project, the practical situation?
I guess can be a double up between the two projects. So with the residential aged care, there were a lot of resources that were developed, and that was a national rollout of training.
Yes, Dr. Fulton gave us some evidence about that in Sydney. Yes.
And from that training, there was a sort of a cascade of other training that was available. So the aged care channel also mirrored that work. And also with the community aged care work, there were resources that were pertinent to the context. There's a difference between aged care and the community, so the resources were adjusted to fit that context. Also with the community services and Health Industry Skills Council, with the residential aged care, they developed a whole set of competencies around that, but they became electives rather than core components.
Yes.
And so I guess what I'm saying there is there are a lot of, the resources are available, it's how they're used, and with the national rollout, and there's been a lot of examples of one-off training, not only in Australia but around the world, and while they initially improve care, their long-term sustainability has been elusive.
Right.
So I guess what I'm saying, we've got fantastic resources, they've been well received, we get very good feedback from educators and students of nursing and care workers, but education alone is not going to make the change.
Right. Sounds like there's some similarities with this area to the area of palliative care. We had some evidence in Perth in our hearings there about the lack of sustainability of a number of specific projects that have been put in place to achieve improvements in the standard of palliative care and aged care facilities. You said a moment ago education alone is not enough to lead to sustainable outcomes. What more would you say is needed?
It's systems change, and the last speakers sort of mentioned some of the aspects about system levels change, and I think with the literature around sustainability is that there are a number of factors that come into play with this. So people need to have some coherence, or they need to have some sense making about what they need to do. So staff need to understand the aims and the benefits, plus they need to know how it works and what their role and responsibility is. So with nutrition, we were talking about like the chefs and the cooks and the dietitians and that type of thing. So that can be sort of translated into GPs, nurses, care workers, and other aspects of comprehensive care like physios, OTs, that type of thing. So people need to understand what they're doing, what the aim is and what their role is. There needs to be some engagement, so there needs to be encouragement and a reminding, and this needs to be facilitated. And that's both a role and a process. So there needs to be some mechanism where that's facilitated.
Sorry, can I just interrupt you there? You're talking about those matters happening at the if we're talking about residential aged care, at the provider level. Is that what we're...
I think it can be translated into multi-levels.
Yes.
So it could be a systems level, it could be an organisational level, it could be at an education level or on the floor level.
Yes.
And so what did I say? People need to make sense of what they're doing.
Yes.
They need to be engaged. There needs to be collective action. And again, that needs to be facilitated. People need to be working together. So if we're looking at comprehensive care, staff need to be working together, professions need to be working together, and there needs to be some reflexive monitoring. So, and that is, and we've talked about, few people have talked about this, about systematically collecting information, whether it be by formal mechanisms or whether it's individual appraisal about was that delivery of care good enough? What could I do different next time?
So can I just stop you there? Does that link us back to the oral health care planning that I spoke about earlier? So the importance of monitoring, for example, a person's eating habits, is that relevant to that work?
And I'd have to say with particularly if oral health is in care plans, I think it is very rarely actively monitored. It's, as I said, it becomes optional if it's bumped off by a higher priority, but there's no follow-up whether it's been done or not.
Yes.
And there's no reprimand whether it's been done or not.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
And I guess getting back to the monitoring, whether it be auditing and particularly linked to risk management processes, which oral health is very rarely linked to risk management.
You expand on this issue on page 13 of your statement. If I could ask that be brought up. You identify for us, both in respect of residential care and home care, the importance of a multidisciplinary approach, and that's again a theme the Commission's heard from a number of witnesses in different areas of care. So I suppose the starting question then is, why is a multidisciplinary approach important for achieving oral health improvements?
Because I think there are very many players in when we're looking at roles and responsibilities,
Yes.
particularly who does what. In the residential aged care setting, we know, and the home care setting, we know that it's a care worker that will be actioning the care plan and doing the or supporting the person to clean their teeth or clean their dentures. But really, the role of assessment is, particularly in the residential aged care setting, is a registered nurse or maybe the GP on admission to a residential aged care facility.
Yes.
And then the planning around that would be from the registered nurse. And then the highlighting of whether it needs to go to be referred to a dentist. And particularly when I said about the dry mouth, the medication chart, whether that's a general practitioner or pharmacy review.
Yes.
The aged care setting is quite different. The care coordinators don't tend to be nurses. They are usually people that have a certificate qualification in aged care.
Yes.
And I guess this sort of a conundrum between a delivery of a service or a delivery of care. So it's quite a different context to aged care.
The training of personal care workers has been a constant theme in the evidence the Commission has heard. Are you able to enlighten us about whether personal care workers are adequately trained in relation to matters concerned with oral health? Is that an area that you've had cause to examine?
Yes, both in residential aged care and the home care setting, there's a lack of knowledge, but also within the curriculums of the undergraduate or entry level nursing and the aged care certificates, there's also a lack of oral health content.
Right.
And I guess my experience, particularly with the home care setting, the amount of time that is available for education is bereft. It's getting less and less, and it's almost like it's too late. And there's the expectation that it's already a work-ready skill, and it's a personal care task. They should know what they're doing.
Can I just ask you, it's an expression you use in your statement, can I just ask you to expand on the notion of a work-ready skill? What do you mean by that?
The expectation from home care providers or aged care providers or hospitals is that when somebody has finished a qualification, they should have the skills to be able to do their job.
Right, without any further training.
Without any
needed.
further training.
I see. And you, if I understand you correctly, you're saying that's a misconception in relation to the area that we've been discussing.
Yes, and I would say with the other professions, for example, medicine and allied health, there isn't a lot of oral health content within their curriculums either.
Yes. Early on in your evidence, I asked you about the role of dentists, and I want to return to that now if I could. That multidisciplinary team, you did mention dentists. Are dentists important in relation to oral health care Firstly, in the residential aged care setting, you're nodding. I take
Yes,
this.
they're an important part of the delivery of oral health care.
Yes.
But they can't be there every day to be brushing people's teeth. So I go back to the role and responsibilities of different people
Yes.
within that environment. And I do describe what I think an oral health team could be. It's not only the dentist, it could be the oral therapist or the dental hygienist. There's also the dental technicians as well. So they also have a role to play in their scopes of practice as well.
Yes.
So, you know, a dentist is responsible for the dental treatment, you know, suspected pathology and forming dental plans, where the hygienist and therapist does a lot of the preventative work.
Yes.
And the dental technician is more dentures.
You give some explanations for the lack of, or the lack of visiting by dentists to residential aged care facilities, including inadequate rooms to work in at residential aged care facilities. Is that a particular problem in your experience?
Yes, in the program that I am involved in, it's a continual problem. It's interesting. As I said, in one instance, you know, dentists are in hairdressing rooms, hairdressers' rooms. They can be in lunchrooms with sharing with physiotherapists, and yet there's people's lunch and utensils on the sink, and a dentist is trying to do some clinical work in a clinical environment, and there's almost a lack of respect, or again a lack of insight into what this care is.
Yes.
And I guess it's the siloing of care. It comes back to this task and time a bit, and that things are in their different silos, and professions are in their different silos. But certainly the lack of support that I've seen from residential aged care facilities for having a dentist visit, I'm surprised that some of the dentists are still visiting. And again, I think it's also, I gave the example of a facility wanting to charge the dentist for the hire of the room,
Yes.
and also charge for a care worker to be supporting a resident, you know, getting residents from the room to where the dentist is as a service, and that people could just book into reception if they want to see a dentist. So that notion of service versus care, or comprehensive care, that there's been a separation.
You have explained to us that part of the reason for carers not necessarily attending to oral health include a perception that oral health is part of grooming generally. Are there other reasons for there being a lack of concern on the part of care workers, or lack of attention by care workers in relation to oral care? For example, specifically with dementia patients, are there particular problems that you're aware of?
Again, it can come back to a lack of knowledge and skill about how to support somebody with dementia around oral care, but there's
Yes.
often the fear of being bitten,
Yes.
or the fear of hurting the person. And I guess with a lot of the management techniques around that, it is about making somebody feel very safe and
Yes.
participating in the care, and so it's the principles are the same no matter what the task is, but it is about the approach.
It's another example, isn't it, of the joining the dots, as you said earlier. That is, if a care worker is not sufficiently understanding of the features of dementia, then they may well not attend to the oral health concerns of a person suffering from dementia, whereas a better understanding of the right techniques to encourage the person to open their mouth, for example, might achieve a better outcome. It's an example of the sort of holistic nature
Yes.
of the
So
task, isn't it?
if someone came towards me and shoved a toothbrush in my mouth, I would
Yes.
be fighting back.
Yeah, of course. But if it was preceded by a discussion and explanation,
Miming,
encouragement might be
yes.
quite different. Yeah. Now you've identified, and you've already touched on this, I must say, you've identified in your statement towards the end some areas. This is on page 15 of your statement, towards the bottom of the page. You were asked by the Commission staff what, in your opinion, should be done to improve the oral health of residents in residential aged care facilities and also aged care in the home. And you indicate that you strongly believe there needs to be a multi-level and multidisciplinary strategy. And you've talked about the importance of attention being focused at the systems level, firstly, and this relates to the accreditation standards. Can you just expand on what is it about the accreditation standards that you think needs to be attended to so as to achieve better outcomes in respect of oral health?
Just before I go into that,
Sure.
it's really about shifting the perception of oral care as a low personal task priority to
Yes.
something that, when we're looking at the avoidance of hospital and the implications for general health, that it is a low-cost infection control intervention
Yes.
and out-of-hospital strategy for the aged care sector. But within the aged care standards, and I've mentioned this before, it needs to be clearly articulated what the evidence is, what is evidence-based oral care
Yes.
for organisations to follow.
Over the page, you talk about the importance of building the health workforce's oral health capacity, and you've already discussed that in relation to medical, allied health, nursing, and care worker qualifications. Is there anything you'd add to that? at this time?
Dietitians.
Sorry,
Dietitians.
dietitians. Yes, indeed. And then you refer to priority dental pathways for older people in the public system at paragraph D. Can I just ask you to expand on what you mean there?
I guess that is more in relation to older people need to be seen as a priority and not be on a waiting list for months to years
Yes.
before they're seen.
Yep.
And that's particularly in the public system. So if somebody could get to a clinic, they might be on a waiting list for a year before they're seen. As I said, if somebody can't get out of a clinic, they're reliant on a dentist being able to do some on-site dental treatment. And we know we haven't got enough dentists doing that, so they may well not be seen at all.
Yes. So you can't have an oral health strategy built around ready access to dentists necessarily, is that?
I think this is trying to improve the access to dental treatment.
Yes,
And,
yes.
And so I guess with that, the public sector hasn't got the capacity to do that. So it really does need to be a public-private collaboration, and even around, particularly the Australian Dental Association has been promoting a pensioner dental scheme where people have got a choice.
Yes.
That's a voucher, a bit like the child benefits scheme. So we've got both groups, very vulnerable groups, the very young and the very old,
Yes.
have got priority access.
And if there was one or maybe two particular areas that you would encourage the Commission to focus on in relation to improving the oral health of elderly citizens in aged care settings and home care settings, what would you target as the priority areas or priority tasks?
That's really difficult because I think it has to be done at a multi-level.
Right.
We've
You
been
can't just pick a couple
You
of
can't just
ideas.
pick
It's-
one.
It's got to be the full suite.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a bit like the processes that I've been talking about doing an oral health assessment. It's no good doing an assessment if you can't get dental treatment, if you've found that you need to refer and there's no dentist there.
Yes.
Or you can have access to a dentist but nobody's doing the daily care. So it does have to be a suite, and it does have to be done at multi-levels and coordinated, I guess. So, with the organisational level, we know the importance of having commitment and leadership. I But as I said, with oral care, it needs to be unbundled from personal care and seen as infection control strategy
Yes.
to get the recognition. And so it is part of the quality and safety processes and that reflexive monitoring and risk management strategies within an organisation. I guess some of it too, when we keep talking about joining the dots, it is about getting the sectors to work together and communicate together. So I would say with the aged care sector and the dental sector, there's really no communication. They don't understand one another.
Right.
And of course at the practice level, we've been talking about the skill sets that are needed and the reporting of competencies and the education. So I know with oral health, I have never seen it as mandatory training. Very rarely is it in induction programs. Is a matter of, as I said, it's a work-ready skill. Is it a matter of testing people's competencies when they start in a job?
Yes.
And I guess at the consumer level, older people too think that oral health is something that happens when you grow old, poor oral health is, and that it takes a lesser priority over other care needs, and that's a misconception. So at a general population level, there needs to be increased literacy around oral health and self-care.
Yes. Thank you very much. Commissioner, they're the questions that I have for Ms Lewis.
Dr. Lewis, as your evidence has made clear, fashioning an oral health regime to take the place of the disarray that confronts the Commission at the moment is not going to be easy, but your evidence has certainly provided a good deal of guidance as to where the salvation of the system lies. And thank you very much for giving that evidence.
Thank you.
You're excused from further attendance.
Commissioner, the next witness is Dr Frances Batchelor, and she's in the hearing room. I'd ask her to step into the witness box.
I swear by Almighty God that the evidence I shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Dr Batchelor, could I ask you to state your full name for the transcript, please?
Frances Ann Batchelor.
I know you've been waiting patiently today to give evidence, and we're very grateful for that. Dr Batchelor, for the purposes of the Commission, have you made a witness statement dated the 26th of June?
I have.
You have a copy of that in front of you?
I do.
It's wit.0257.0001.0001. You've now got it in stereo. In addition to having it in front of you, you've got it on the screen just to your left there, if that assists. There is one small typographical error that I know we've previously discussed in paragraph 6 on page 2. In the second sentence, you see that it starts with the word there. Seems to be missing "are" after the word there, so it should read "there are many known risk factors." Is that right?
That's correct.
Yep. You'd seek to make that change?
Yes, I do.
All right. Are there any other changes that you would seek to make to the statement?
No, there aren't.
Okay. And is the remainder of is the statement otherwise true and correct?
Yes, it is.
I'll tender the statement of Dr Batchelor, Commissioner.
Yes, subject to the minor amendment just identified, the witness statement of Frances Ann Batchelor dated the 26th of June 2019 will become Exhibit 6-50.
Thank you, Commissioner. Dr Batchelor, you are in the first place, a physiotherapist,
Yes, I am.
and you have some 30 years' experience both as a research and a clinical physiotherapist.
Yes, I do.
We'll just ask you a little bit about your clinical experience. Can you tell us what that was? I assume that's past tense now?
No, it's still current
continues,
tense.
right.
Yes. So I've worked for over 30 years in the fields of gerontology and neurology
Yes.
in acute and rehabilitation settings predominantly, both in Australia and overseas. And I continue to work as a clinical physiotherapist in a rehabilitation setting on a casual basis.
Right. And the rehabilitation setting, I take it that's not a residential aged
No,
care
it's not.
facility. Okay. Do you have any clinical experience of working in residential aged care?
So as part of my role at the National Ageing Research Institute, we run a whole suite of education and workshops
Yes.
for residential and community aged care providers. So the experience, while not directly working myself as a physiotherapist in residential aged care, I have a lot of experience in understanding the sector and the issues facing staff in the sector.
We'll come to that in a little more detail in a moment. I take it from that you mean that to provide training about falls risks, for example, it's necessary to have some understanding of a particular aged facility and the problems that they're facing.
Yes, that's right.
I understand. So it's that sort of indirect knowledge that you're
Correct.
talking about. You mentioned a moment ago that you work at the National Ageing Research Institute, where you are the Director of Clinical Gerontology and a Senior Research Fellow. How long have you fulfilled those roles at the National Ageing Research Institute, NARI, isn't it, I think?
Yep, that's right. So I completed my PhD in 2010,
Yes.
and since then I've been employed as a research fellow. But over the last 3 years, I've been the Director of Clinical Gerontology and a Senior Research Fellow at NARI.
Yes.
And that involves running a program of work that focuses on a number of areas, but including falls prevention, physical activity and the like.
Right. I'll ask you a bit more about those in a moment too. Firstly, I don't think we've had a witness from NARI, and it sounds like it's very important to the work of the Commission. Can you tell us a little about the National Ageing Research Institute? Firstly, where is it?
So it's based in Melbourne.
Yes.
We are an independent medical research institute. We're affiliated with the University of Melbourne, but we're separate from it.
Yes.
We've been around for 40 years. Our main aim really is to improve the lives of older people, specifically through the translation of evidence into practice. So it's at that translational end of research.
Yes. And an example of that is that you use the research to provide training to residential aged care facilities and their workers.
Yeah, so what we would do is assist residential aged care providers and workers to understand and interpret the evidence as it relates to the particular group of people they're caring for.
Yes. Going back to NARI for a moment, what funding sources do you have? Where does the funding come
Yeah,
from?
so we have a range of funding. We receive some funding from the Victorian Government Department of Health and Human Services.
Yes.
We undertake some research that's competitive funding through the federal government, so Department of Health. But we also have a range of other competitive funding through the National Health and Medical Research Council, and also receive philanthropic grants for particular work. In addition, sometimes we're contracted to undertake evaluation of services, so
Yes.
aged care services through providers, both in metropolitan and regional areas.
Right. That's the training function you spoke about a little earlier.
Evaluation and training,
Yes,
yep.
I see. And how many full-time researchers are there at NARI, do you know?
So we've got about 40 individual staff. That
Yes.
probably encompasses about 25 full-time equivalent staff.
Right, okay, so it's quite a sizable research
Yeah,
organisation.
and we have a multidisciplinary background, so we have obviously physiotherapists, occupational therapists, and sociologists, social workers, and medical staff as well.
Right. Is it the only such dedicated ageing research institute in Australia?
Yes, it is. It's the only independent medical research institute focused solely on ageing.
Yes. And are there overseas equivalents, to your knowledge?
Not in the same format, I don't believe so.
Right, okay. On page 2 of your statement, if that could be brought up on the screen, please, you give us a summary of NARI, and then you were asked the question about the key risk factors for falls. If we could turn to that, please. We asked you about the key risk factors for older people living in the community and also older people living in residential aged care facilities and older people in hospitals. Firstly, are the answers different?
Well, risk factors are common across all settings.
Yes.
With regards to individuals, but how they play out is different in different settings.
Can you give us an example of that?
So, for example, an older person, one of the risk factors for falls obviously is problems with balance and walking. Yes. So an individual at home may be able to walk safely in their own home by using furniture to support them. If that same person is admitted to hospital, the environment is different.
Yes.
And so even though the falls risk factor is the same, the interaction with the environment, where there may not be furniture that someone can hold on to, there's increased distance for that person to walk, for example, to the bathroom. It's an unfamiliar environment. That means that risk factor then is more relevant in that situation.
Yes.
And more likely to lead to a fall.
Yes. So we had a case study yesterday of an elderly lady who was legally blind, but on the evidence was quite good at negotiating her way around her home, no doubt because of familiarity with where the furniture was and so on. But within days of entering a residential aged care facility, she'd had a fall and then a further fall a few weeks later, and then ultimately a fall that led to her being hospitalised. I take it that your research would be that scenario is not unique in relation to residential aged care settings.
No, it's not unique. And what we also know is that these periods of transition, when an individual moves from one setting to another, exposes that person to an increased risk of falls. So whether it's from home into residential aged care, for example, respite, or if it's from home to hospital or from residential aged care to hospital, any change in environment is associated with an increased risk of falls.
And that's because of the reasons we've already discussed, presumably, that is the furniture's in different places and so on, but it might also be because of the unsettling effect for an elderly person, particularly, say, an elderly person with dementia, of the change in the setting. Is that right?
That's right. Cognitive impairment can play a large role, but also in circumstances where residents may be needing to go to hospital, it might be because they're unwell, may have increased confusion or delirium, and so are particularly vulnerable in that situation due to medical reasons as well as the environment. So here we see really the interaction of individual factors with the particular environment that person is in.
Yes. And you've included in your statement what I take as a pretty comprehensive list of risk factors relating to individuals. This is at paragraph 6 of your statement, and we can see it on the screen there. I won't take you through each of those, but one I do want to focus on is about 2/3 of the way down the list, incontinence. Do you see that under medications?
Yes.
We've heard some evidence in the earlier part of this hearing in Darwin about the particular challenges associated with the management of incontinence. What is it about incontinence that presents as a falls risk? Not immediately obvious, but if you could explain that for us, please.
So incontinence plays a role in two ways. The first way is that really for older people, there's an increased incidence of urge incontinence or the need to go to the toilet quickly. And older people, or any person for that matter, the desire to avoid an incontinent episode will often outweigh the need to wait for assistance if someone is, for example, unsteady or needing help with their walking.
Yes.
So they might feel the need to go to the toilet, they might call for assistance, but they're not sure how long it's going to take for that assistance to arrive.
Yes.
And so instead of waiting, which might be the safe option, they might take themselves to the toilet and therefore expose themselves to the risk of falls. The second way is if an incontinent episode has occurred, so urinary incontinence, for example,
Yes.
in the bathroom, that poses a slip hazard.
Yes, I see. On page 4 of your statement, we can go to that please down the bottom at page 19, you were asked the question about the relationship between falls prevention and fall-related injury prevention. And if I could just ask you to clarify for us that distinction between preventing falls and preventing injuries from falls. It's a significant difference, is it not?
Yeah, so a fall can occur and not all falls result in injury, but there is an argument to suggest that because falls are quite frequent, particularly in residential aged care, that some people suggest that instead of focusing efforts on preventing falls, we should focus efforts on preventing injury.
Yes.
But I would argue that we need to do both.
Presumably the best way to prevent injury is to prevent the fall in the first place.
To prevent a fall in the first place.
Yes, yeah.
The other aspect of that is that even falls that don't result in injury can have negative impacts for individuals. So that can lead to or be associated with things like a fear of falling, which can lead to then an individual further restricting their activity, which then goes into this downward spiral, if you like, of restricted activity, decreasing strength and balance, and then further increasing falls risk. And another aspect of that is restriction of activity can also then be associated with things like social isolation and loneliness. So not just physical impacts, but also those very personal impacts as well.
Before moving on to the research, which I want to ask you about, a question that's come up from time to time in the Commission is whether the rate of falls presents as a useful quality indicator for a residential aged care facility. We know, for example, in Victoria, in certain publicly funded aged care settings, there is a requirement to report regularly on falls. Is that a matter that you're able to assist the Commission on?
So I think it's important to measure rates of falls, but it should be said that a measure of falls number or falls rate is a fairly crude measure because this type of data is subject to a lot of noise and fluctuation, sort of potentially on a week-to-week basis, but also we know seasonally rates fluctuate up and down. And they can also be influenced very strongly by particular individuals in a residential aged care facility. So
Yes.
if there's a resident who has very recurrent falls, that can tend to skew the data to increase the falls rate. And you can imagine if that resident then was transferred to hospital, the falls rate would then suddenly drop.
Yes.
So while I think it's an important measure, it's not the only measure.
Right. In the example that you've given, the resident going to hospital would have the effect of reducing the numbers, but it wouldn't tell you anything about whether falls were being better managed at that facility at all.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So I believe that we should also be considering process measures and the degree to which appropriate falls management has occurred and response, both for prevention and if and when a fall occurs.
So a more nuanced measure relating to falls might be an appropriate quality indicator?
Yeah, I think so.
Right. Is there a related question? I'm thinking about the evidence the Commission's heard about chemical restraints, for example, being used, which essentially can have the effect of stopping a person moving at all. That might reduce the incidence of falls, but not necessarily in a way that ought to be encouraged.
So I think this is one thing that there's a real tension around this whole area because every movement is inherently risky. So if, for example, a resident moves from chair to bed, that's an inherently risky move. Walking is inherently risky. So I don't think that it's feasible or appropriate to aim for a zero rate of falls, because as you imply, that would mean that there may be covert or even overt restraint that is limiting someone's ability to move.
Yes. At paragraph 24 in your statement, you say, in comparison to the community setting, there is a relative lack of robust evidence about what works to prevent falls in residential aged care. I'd like to unpack that a bit, if I could, starting with the community setting. So implicit there in that sentence is that there is some robust evidence about what works to prevent falls in the community setting. Can you tell us in general terms what that is?
So we know that for older people, so people over the age of 65 who are living in the community, that we have very robust evidence that exercise, particularly exercise that consists of strength training and balance exercise at a dosage of about 50 hours, so 2 hours a week for 25 hours, is effective at reducing falls.
Sorry, 2 hours a week for 25 weeks?
Yep,
yes.
correct.
Yes.
So that is very robust evidence.
Yes.
We have that really from multiple sources now, including good evidence from randomised controlled trials and as well as meta-analyses where those randomised controlled trials are combined to provide the most robust evidence, the highest level of evidence. So that's quite clear in the community,
Yes.
but it's not the case in residential aged care settings.
We'll come to that research and why that is, but are there other things that work to reduce the risk of falls in the community? For example, we've heard that vitamin D supplements can be of assistance in reducing falls risk. Is there research that backs that up in a community setting?
Well, vitamin D is quite a complex situation. There's
Yes.
different forms, different doses. So what we probably can say is that it's effective in reducing falls in people with low vitamin D.
I see.
And you're more likely to find those people in residential aged care compared to the community.
Turning then to the lack of evidence, because it's obviously of considerable significance to the work of this commission, because we've heard so much evidence about initiatives that are implemented on a regular basis, and you'd be more familiar with this than us, I think, about attempts to reduce falls risk. So changes to bed heights, for example, or exercise regimes through physiotherapists and so on. Your statement very helpfully gives us an insight into the state of the research, and you do it by reference to the Cochrane Review of Interventions, which you've referred to as the highest level of evidence available, at paragraph 24. So perhaps if I could start by asking you to explain to us what a Cochrane Review of Interventions is. What does that mean?
Sure. So a Cochrane Review is a particular type of systematic review and meta-analysis
Yes.
that follows a certain very robust methodology. And what it involves is evaluating particular interventions in particular settings. And obviously we refer to residential aged care in this instance.
Yes.
And what a Cochrane Review does is very systematically search through databases for randomised controlled trials that are evaluating the intervention or an outcome under consideration.
Right.
And then what the review will do, and normally there are multiple authors of a review,
Yes.
is combine, where appropriate, the results of certain randomised controlled trials to actually increase then the power of making recommendations about whether an intervention is effective or not.
Right. Which brings us to the particular Cochrane Review that you have drawn our attention to, which happens to be a very recent piece of work from
Yes.
last year, 2018, and you've provided it to us, and it's at tab 134 of the General Tender Bundle, if that could please be brought up on the screen. And firstly, we see from the front page that this is a product, or as you say, of the Cochrane database of systematic reviews. and this particular one is entitled Interventions for Preventing Falls in Older People in Care Facilities and Hospitals, and then there's a series of authors that are identified there. Is this an Australian piece of research, or is it an international?
No, this is an international piece of research,
Right.
but obviously involves Australian studies
Yes.
and includes Australian authors as well.
You told us that it's a meta-analysis, and by that I take it you mean it looks at a very broad sweep of research that's being done and seeks to combine the results of that so as to provide a more robust evidence base. Is that essentially the idea?
The combination is done where it's appropriate. So
Yes.
they don't seek to combine results from studies where the intervention is not similar, if you like.
I see. So you're comparing apples with
Apples with apples,
Yeah, I
yeah.
understand. And we see that it's not just concerned with aged care facilities, it also is concerned with the hospital setting. But we'll see in a moment that the data is actually separated, so conclusions are reached that are specific to
That's correct.
aged care settings.
That's correct. And in this instance, care facilities does refer to what we would term residential aged care.
Yes, okay, thank you, that's very helpful. So if we can go to page 2, please. So we see an abstract, sorry, it is the next page actually, I think. Sorry, native page 2, it's page 5 in the document. Helpfully for us, right at the bottom of the page, there is, if you can just scroll down to the bottom please, operator, there is a plain language summary, which for the uninitiated is always a pleasure to see, because it's quite a technical document, is it not, Doctor?
It is,
Yes.
yeah.
And we see that the heading there, Interventions for Preventing Falls in Older People in Care Facilities and Hospitals, and we have to scroll down to the next page, please, operator, to actually get the summary. And if we could just focus on the first 2 paragraphs there, the review question and the background, if they could be highlighted. And we see the question that was being approached was how effective are interventions designed to reduce falls in older people in care facilities and hospitals. And then there is a bit of a discussion about falls and the importance of falls that can obviously result in death and injury. In relation to injury, I should have asked you this a moment ago. The injuries resulting from falls can be direct in the sense that someone breaks a bone when they fall.
That's right.
But it's also the case that there can be indirect injurious consequences from falls. We saw this in the case study yesterday where a fall resulted in a direct injury, a broken wrist, but then when the elderly resident who had the fall went to hospital, she sustained a heel injury. And then last week's case study in Darwin, similarly, the resident who had been injured and broke her hip went to hospital and also sustained a heel injury, which became very much more serious.
Yep.
From your experience, is that's quite a common
thing? We can have direct injury as a result from a fall.
Yes.
But then we can have negative consequences, even in the absence of injury, such as death, the fall seems to trigger this downward spiral.
Yes.
Sometimes that's a result of care processes not being adequate.
Yes.
There's a huge number of factors involved in that, but in a lot of circumstances, the fall should not result in that downward spiral. I believe there are appropriate interventions and strategies that can be put in place that would prevent or at least minimise that scenario.
You explained this to us before about a fall potentially having the effect of making someone losing confidence, moving less, becoming more infirm, and so on.
That's right.
Yes, and I think what you're saying to us is properly managed, that there's nothing inevitable about that progression.
That's correct.
If we can go back to the research, we see in that section background that there are many types of interventions in use which are identified there, including exercise, which we've already discussed, medical interventions that include vitamin D supplementation. Once again, we've made brief reference to that. Reviews of the drugs that people are taking. And if I could just stop there, reviews there mean not just reviews, but alterations to pharmaceutical regimes based on such a review.
So when medication review is referred to, really the aim behind that is to decrease the use of particularly psychoactive medications.
Yes.
So it's review and management, not
Yes.
just simply review.
Yes. So going back to the identified interventions that are frequently used, there's environment or assistive technologies, including bed or chair alarms. Once again, that's something we've heard a deal about in the Royal Commission. And then changes to beds is another example, using low beds so that there's a smaller distance to travel. Social environment interventions that target staff members and changes in the organisational system. What's being referred to there, Doctor?
In terms of how care is organised, the social environment interventions refer to these organisational systems in structures and models of care.
Right. And then finally, there's a reference to multifactorial interventions, which is presumably a combination of two or more of the identified
Yeah,
interventions.
that's right. So we distinguish between two types there. One is multifactorial interventions that are based on individualised falls risk assessment and management. So different residents would have different interventions put in place in that scenario based on their individual falls risk factors. There's also multiple interventions where the same type of intervention is provided to all residents. So it might be 4 things that are applied equally to all residents.
Yes. And the authors go on to say falls are reported in 2 ways in our review. One outcome is the rate of falls, which is the number of falls, and the other outcome is the risk of falling, which is the number of people who had 1 or more falls. The first, I think, is the first category or first way of reporting falls is self-explanatory. But can you just expand on the concept of the risk of falling? What's being measured there?
So the risk of falling is really referring to the proportion of people who've had 1 or more falls.
Right.
So if there were 100 residents and 50 fell, then there's a 0.5 risk
I see.
of being a faller, if you
yes.
like, to use that term, which is often used, but not necessarily the ideal term.
Right. It's another one of those terms like wanderers that perhaps
Correct.
is connotes certain things which
That's
are
right.
not ideal. So they're the interventions which were the subject of this research or this examination of the research. And before we look at the outcomes of the research, are they all interventions which, in your experience in residential aged care settings in Australia, are they all interventions that are utilised to your knowledge?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So in residential aged care settings, they employ a number of different interventions.
Yes.
Including things like bed or chair alarms, but often implementing technology such as smart floors, a range of different exercise types.
Yes.
There's a number of strategies being trialled across the sector.
Yes. And that observation, I'd have to tell you, is entirely consistent with the evidence the Commission's heard about the way providers seek to address falls risk. So if we can go back to a bit lower down on the page, please, we get a summary of the outcomes. About halfway down we see a heading, firstly, quality of the evidence, which I need to ask you about. So perhaps before I do that, sorry, the previous paragraph, study characteristics. So we can see that this is a very extensive piece of work that looked at 95 randomised control trials involving, as we can see, 138,164 participants.
That's across both settings.
Yes, that's the combined total. Thank you. That's what I was going to ask you. Of the 95, 71 trials involving 40,374 participants were in care facilities. And we can ignore for the moment the outcomes in relation to hospitals where the numbers are greater, although the number of trials was smaller because, of course, presumably hospitals are much larger generally
That's
than
right.
aged care settings. And the authors then indicate that on average the participants were 84 years of age in care facilities. And if I could just stop there, that's broadly consistent with the evidence the Commission's heard about the average age in Australia.
That would reflect the profile, the age profile in Australian residential aged care facilities.
And that the gender breakdown is that
Again,
is that consistent? Again,
yeah, I'd expect that's consistent.
3/4 women, 1/4 men. And then if we can go to the next paragraph, please, operator, which deals with the quality of the evidence. I want to ask you a little bit about this. So the majority of trials were at risk of bias, mostly relating to a lack of blinding. Can you help us unpack that?
Sure.
Please?
When we look at evidence in randomised controlled trials, what we need to make sure is that there isn't bias within the study.
Yes.
So, for example, if the participants in the study know that they're either in the intervention group or the control group, that can influence outcomes. Again, if the assessors who are examining the outcomes of the trial, so we're looking at the outcome variables, if they're aware of group allocation, so either intervention or control, that can introduce bias into how outcomes are reported. And it's often unconscious bias. They're not deliberately trying to alter the results, but it's just an effect of knowing what group the participants are in.
Now, for those of us that are not as actively involved in research as yourself, if we could just break that down a little bit, the way these studies were done that are the subject of this meta-analysis presumably involved a certain cohort within a given residential aged care facility being divided into two groups, where one group was the subject of a particular intervention, might be a vitamin D supplement being given to them, and the other group were not the subject of that intervention. Their falls risks were just addressed in whatever normal way was being done in that facility. Is that broadly how the studies would be conducted?
Broadly, but what we see most in the research around residential aged care is that the study arms, if you like, the groups, are randomised via facility. So individual residents of a facility don't receive one or the other. They're grouped according to facility. But if I can just give an example about blinding. For example, we do this, or not I, but it's done when we have drug trials where you get a placebo.
Yes.
And the active ingredient. So the person taking the drug doesn't know which one they're getting. So the participant is blinded in this situation.
Yes.
Whereas in studies such as evaluating the effects of exercise, the participant will know if they're in the exercise group, obviously, because they're doing the exercise program.
Yes.
Whereas the ones who are in the control group are not doing the exercise program. So while blinding is an issue in randomised controlled trials in these settings and with these types of interventions, sometimes it can't be avoided.
Yes, I was about to ask you about that. The drug trial, the classic drug trial scenario where one group's getting a placebo and the other group isn't, presumably will produce very high quality evidence, all
That's
else
right.
being equal. Right. In the residential aged care facility, in this sort of trial, doesn't seem to necessarily lend itself to that sort of type of research for reasons that are...
That's right, I think, but there, in really well-designed studies, there are attempts to control for those factors. So sometimes an intervention might be exercise, for example, then the control group will receive a similar intervention that's not exercise-based but goes for the same amount of time, for example, a social type of intervention.
I see. We see from the report that you've drawn our attention to that this lack of blinding means that most of the evidence, with some exceptions, but most of the evidence that was examined was considered to be either low or very low quality.
So for some of the work, there are not just issues around blinding, but issues to do with collection of outcome measures, of things like data that's missing, so not fully reporting data for all participants, and they're all things that are taken into consideration when rating the evidence as low or very low. So it's rated in a very structured manner according to a checklist
Right.
by the authors.
Yeah, and I take it they're terms of art, low and very low quality evidence. They have a particular meaning
That's
for
right.
researchers.
Yep.
Is the low quality of the evidence, for the reasons that we've discussed, balanced to some extent by the quantity, the scale of the work that was done here? Is that relevant to the...
Some of the studies have very low participant numbers, so
Yes.
it would be much harder to draw inferences from those individual studies. That's why the Cochrane Review, where appropriate, combines studies to
Yes.
enhance the sort of participant pool. But sometimes studies can't be combined if they're, as I mentioned before, an intervention that doesn't relate to another type of intervention. So I think off the top of my head, one study is looking at whole body vibration and its effects on falls.
Yes.
We cannot necessarily combine that with a simple exercise intervention.
So because of the reputation of the Cochrane Review, we can assume, without necessarily investigating it, that work's been done by the authors. They have excluded studies that are not apples, they're pears or they're oranges, and what we're left with are things that can properly be combined.
Absolutely.
In a way that gives a reliable
A very robust summary of the evidence.
Yes. Okay, so with all that in mind, if we can then turn to look at the findings, specifically looking at the next paragraph, but two, with the heading Care Facilities. And we see there that the four interventions, or I think there were more than four in the list that
That's
I looked
right.
at. Why have these four been identified as
So
you
these are the
understand it?
four types of interventions for which there are studies that could be combined. So they haven't included in this list single types of intervention where there was, for example, only one study of that type.
Okay. If we can start then with the effect of exercise, which was the one area that you identified where there was very robust evidence in the community setting, and one would expect intuitively that it wouldn't be that different in the aged care setting. If it works in the community and works well, then one would think that it would work maybe not as well, but it would work in the aged care setting.
Well, I think what's quite sobering about the summary, this lay summary, if you like, of evidence in relation to residential aged care is that we don't have very good quality evidence for those interventions as in terms of exercise. So really what we saw was that exercise doesn't impact on the rate of falls in residential aged care.
Yes.
Now, the exercise included in those interventions isn't necessarily at the same intensity and dosage and type as community-based interventions. So that might be one reason for this result. And bearing in mind exercise has other benefits, what we're considering here is exercise's effect on falls and risk of falls.
Yes.
In terms of medication, again...
So just before we leave exercise, because it is something I'd like to focus on, because I must say, for me, it seems to be counterintuitive that the exercise doesn't reduce the falls risk, or doesn't appear to make any difference or little difference, as is explained there. You've given your view about why that might be. I just wanted to explore that a little bit more. Is what you're saying that those 25 two-hour-a-week sessions that the community research tells us can reduce falls risk might not be implemented with the same sort of rigour in an aged care setting?
So some of the studies had various exercise programs.
Yes.
Some as short as 12 weeks, for example.
Yes.
Some with durations that were less than those 2 times 25 hours.
Yes.
We have seen some emerging evidence in the last year of an exercise program that's been evaluated in the Australian context, where they actually did do 6 months of exercise training 2 times a week for 1 hour,
Yes.
including the types of exercise that we know are effective in community-dwelling older adults.
That's
So,
weight bearing.
so strength training, so
Yes.
progressive resistance training, as well as balance training. And this particular study did find a 55% reduction in the falls rate in the intervention group. So in this study, they did a 6-month exercise intervention and then a maintenance program for 6 months. So it does seem that there's emerging evidence that if we can increase the dosage to sufficient levels,
Yes.
provide the right type of exercise, that this may potentially bring about reductions in falls. What we're unsure of is the effects in people with moderate cognitive impairment. So I'll just put a minor caveat on that.
Okay. That Australian study that you've referred to, combined, I guess, with what we know about what works in the community, is that informing the advice that you're giving to aged care providers
Well,
presently?
we still don't have enough evidence in the Australian context to
Yes.
actually make that recommendation as to those number of hours and the content. I think that study to which I'm referring to, known as the Sunbeam study, needs replication in other facilities so that we can have more confidence in those results.
All right. Back to the Cochrane review, the second intervention that was examined was medication review, and as you explained to us earlier, that's to be understood as meaning review and where indicated alteration to medication regimes. Once again, made little or no difference to the rate of falls.
Nor the risk of falling.
Nor the risk of falling, thank you.
So often this may come about because there are studies with mixed outcomes. So there might be one study that shows a positive impact, other studies that show a negative impact, no difference between the intervention and control group. And when combined, the conclusion is that it was no better than usual care.
Neutral.
Neutral result.
Okay. Thirdly, vitamin D, which we addressed before, and here there is some good news. The study indicated that prescription of vitamin D probably reduces the rate of falls, but probably makes little or no difference to the risk of falling. So it reduces numbers, but not necessarily the likelihood of people falling.
Yeah, so interpretation of this sentence is that if you're likely to fall, vitamin D probably doesn't make a difference to that,
Right.
but it decreases the rate of falls that an individual might have.
Okay. Consistently with the evidence you gave earlier, the population that was included in those studies generally had low vitamin D levels previously, so they're coming off a low base.
They're coming off a low base, that's correct.
Right. So in those, for that cohort, vitamin D supplements are, it would seem,
Something to be considered.
Right.
Correct.
And that suggests, doesn't it, that that a provider that wants to give residents vitamin D supplements rather ought to do it in quite a nuanced way, in the sense of perhaps first investigating their existing levels to maximise the chances of it being successful.
Yeah, I'd agree with that statement. And again, bearing in mind we're talking about falls prevention here, so vitamin D has a range of other effects as well.
Right.
So in this situation, we're really talking about the effects in relation to falls prevention.
Okay. The other effects of vitamin D, are you suggesting they might be negative effects, or
I think most of the studies showed no adverse effects from the vitamin D, but obviously prescribing vitamin D supplementation needs to be undertaken in conjunction with the residents and medical professional.
Yes. And finally, the multifactorial interventions which we discussed earlier similarly made little or no difference to either the rate of falls, there's uncertainty about the effect on the rate of falls, but little or no difference to the risk of falling.
So the uncertainty is because they didn't find a difference in outcomes between multifactorial interventions and control condition, but also in relation to the fact that the evidence was very low quality as assessed by the authors.
Leaving the Cochrane review and going back to the evidence that is in your statement, you indicate at paragraph 31 at the top of page 7, not surprisingly in light of that evidence, that there is an urgent need for further high quality research to determine effective interventions to prevent falls in residential aged care facilities.
That's right. At the moment, as I mentioned before, there are a whole range of different interventions and strategies being implemented within aged care settings. And as we've now heard, that the evidence base is actually quite low.
Yes.
So some of these strategies may or may not work. We just don't know in terms of evidence. So we really need to understand which strategies are effective when evaluated in proper studies, and which strategies may be not worth implementing.
Yes.
So resources directed elsewhere.
Yep. You don't, however, throw your hands up in the air and say nothing can be done whilst such research is carried out.
No. In the absence of robust evidence, I think there is a number of things that need to be addressed.
Yes.
We really need to improve the individualised assessment and, importantly, the management of falls risk factors, particularly those that are modifiable.
Right.
So we shouldn't just say that falls are an inevitable part of ageing and that they are all going to happen. We really need comprehensive falls risk assessment and then management of those falls risk factors in a timely manner. And so one of the gaps we see is that falls risk factor assessment can often be relatively static. So it might happen when someone enters residential aged care and then on a 3-monthly basis, or if and when a fall occurs, but it's not responding in a dynamic way to the changes that we might see in residents' functional and health status.
So could you give us an example from your experience of that being done well, of those sort of adaptations to change in terms of the management of a falls risk?
So when it's done well, frontline staff are able to pick up subtle fluctuations in a resident's performance, whether it might be increased unsteadiness compared to how they're usually moving around in the facility. And if that's done well, then that's fed back. And then we have multidisciplinary, reassessment and then implementation of the strategies. So it's this care planning that involves the implementation that's crucial. It's not just a tick the box, okay, we've done the falls risk assessment. It's taking that next step to ensuring the strategies are implemented.
I just want to pick up on something you just said about the importance of care workers, who are invariably the frontline observers of residents in aged care. You make the point that increasing the number of staff can have an effect on reducing falls risk, and we can understand that if more staff are available to assist a resident to get to the toilet, for example, that's an obvious example, isn't it, of how more staff can reduce falls risk?
Yeah, so I believe there needs to be increased knowledge and skills within frontline staff.
Yes.
But imagine the situation at night where a care worker is assisting someone to the toilet and someone else calls for assistance. It doesn't matter how much knowledge or skills they have, they can't be in 2 places at the one time. So they will need to make a decision about whether they leave the resident who they're with and go to the other resident, and weigh up, a challenging decision to make. So I do believe that we need increased staffing resources as a way of reducing falls within residential aged care.
Is there also a qualitative dimension to that? And by that I mean, you've already alluded to this, the importance of training and experience to pick up what might be subtle indicators that a person's falls risk is increasing? I
think there needs to be training on those subtle indicators, but I think there needs to be broader training as well. So we need that granularity, but we also need really a comprehensive overview and an understanding of how falls risk factors interact with other issues, and we've heard a lot about joining the dots. So falls aren't in isolation from other issues such as nutrition, even oral care, as we've heard today. They're all interrelated, and if we can support staff to offer truly person-centred assessment and care,
Yes.
then I think that will go a long way to prevention of falls, but also joining the dots for those other issues.
Yes. Is there another aspect of that, being this, that we've heard that the provision of person-centred, truly person-centred care, we've heard in the evidence in the Commission, often is reliant on continuity of staffing, that is, staff that are familiar with particular residents, get to know them well, are more likely to pick up those subtle signs and as you say, connect the dots. Is that another dimension
Look, I
to this?
believe that's the case, but obviously we can't always have continuity of staff. So
Yes.
in that situation, the communication is very important, and the mechanisms that allow that communication to happen.
You've very helpfully listed for us the areas that you think need attention, even in the absence of the sort of robust evidentiary base that you've talked about. Can I just ask you about the one that appears at paragraph 38, implementing improved systems for collection of comprehensive clinical data and enabling tracking and reporting of data in real time. Can you assist us and expand on that, please, Doctor?
So often what we see in relation to falls prevention is completion. For example, when a fall has occurred, we see completion of perhaps a falls incident report, which might happen in one system. We have documentation about care and care planning and progress notes that might happen within another system. But often what we don't have is integration of those systems to be able to understand where we have variation in overall factors that relate to falls, location of falls, for example, but also in relation to individuals. So I think that if there was better integration of data from multiple sources that enables tracking of fluctuations in real time, and so that staff could be proactive in addressing particular issues, that would go a long way to improving falls prevention, because I think one of the limitations is that data is often collected, or information about residents, to put it in a different way, is often collected at certain time points. For example, monthly or resident of the month might come up every 3 months.
Yes.
And I don't think it's timely enough in order to detect changes and respond to those changes.
We've seen in some of the case studies that we've looked at, Doctor, that what often appears in the progress notes is little more than resident had a fall, family member notified, move on.
So there's a lot of information that's held, perhaps in people's heads and is not documented. And if there was a system that better was enabled to capture information and share that information, it would enable also, families, residents and staff to be able to better make informed decisions and take action proactively rather than reactively.
Yes. So information that might be significant to record could be the location of the fall, the activity that the resident, whether they go to the toilet or not, for example, might be of assistance, and presumably you could come up with a number of others,
That's
I'm
right.
sure, and then that data could be analysed.
And it could be analysed for different facilities, for different areas of that facility, rather than being this one-size-fits-all approach.
Right.
In the absence of robust evidence, we really need that local context because of the interaction with the individual and their environment to understand what's happening, at a very local level.
Yes. Presumably that sort of more detailed data source would be of assistance not just to a provider in seeking to manage a falls risk, but also to an external regulator, for example, which is examining an accreditation or some other regulatory intervention. That sort of information, if the regulator was able to interpret it properly, could be of assistance.
Yeah, I
as
think
well.
with checks and balances, it could
Yes.
be of assistance in that circumstance.
All right. In relation to that, I want to finally ask you about paragraph 40 of your statement. You're asked about the quality standards, the new quality standards, which at the time of your statement were due to commence, but of course they have now commenced some fortnight ago. And your attention was drawn to Standard 1, which talks about the dignity of risk, and you're asked about the potential impact of the application of Standard 1, and you make the point that the standard has direct relevance to falls prevention, but reading the last sentence of paragraph 40, you say the extent to which the new standards will influence falls prevention in residential aged care will depend on tolerance of risk from aged care organisations, residents and residents' families. Can I just ask you to expand on what you're talking about there, please, Doctor?
So, as I mentioned before, any kind of movement is inherently risky.
Yes.
And I think often there's an expectation, we know that falls can be a trigger for people entering residential aged care. And sometimes there's an expectation, particularly from family members, that once that person who may have fallen a lot at home goes into aged care, that they will stop falling. But as I've indicated previously, the falls risk factors remain the same, largely, and it might even be that the person entering aged care might be at increased risk of falling.
Yes.
So I think there really needs to be conversations with involving the resident, their families and staff at aged care facilities about how much choice the resident can have in moving around, what that might mean in terms of the risk of falls and the risk of injury, and what the implications are for the residential aged care provider as well. Because obviously they are in a difficult position of potentially exposing themselves to risk if a resident falls and has an adverse outcome. So it's really around this tolerance of risk. What are we prepared to tolerate to enable people to choose to move freely around in the safest possible manner?
Yes. Now, finally, Doctor, I want to just ask you about two aspects of other evidence that the Royal Commission has heard and ask you to comment if you're able to. Firstly, we had some evidence last week from Catherine Maloney, who's the acting CEO of an organisation called Services for Australian Rural and Remote Allied Health. It's an organisation representing physiotherapists and other allied health people working specifically in rural and remote regions. And she talked about the increasing importance of allied health assistants, who she explained were workers that have Cert 4 qualifications, but work, as the name suggests, as assistants to physios and other such allied health professionals. Do you have experience of allied health assistants working in the context of falls prevention?
Yes, I do.
Could you tell us a bit about the potential for, or their role and your observations of their work?
So I think there is potential to consider the role of allied health assistants in falls prevention, particularly in under-resourced areas. But I will say that the status of residents is becoming more complex. So we really need to recognise that caring for older people receiving residential aged care is a highly specialised area.
Yes.
So I do believe that physiotherapists and occupational therapists, dietitians, and highly trained health professionals do play a very key role.
Yes.
But I think we could explore how allied health professionals could provide potentially something that's economically a little more efficient under the direction of those trained health professionals. So we don't know the answer to that yet, but I think it's something that should be explored.
Right. The other question concerns some evidence which I think you're in the hearing room and it was given. That was Dr. Uliano, who sitting on your left earlier, and you'll recall that Commissioner Tracy asked her a question, or asked the panel a question about whether it's the falls that lead to the fractures, or is it weak bones that lead to falls. Her evidence was that primarily it's falls that lead to fractures in 95% of cases, I think was her evidence.
I concur with her evidence that the vast majority of fractures are the result of a fall, not the other way around.
Right, thank you. All right, that's very helpful. Thanks a lot. Commissioner, they're the questions that I have for Dr. Batchelor.
Thank you. Dr. Batchelor, we've obviously got a long way to go in countering the problems associated with falls that are experienced by elderly people. You've certainly highlighted the major areas of research that need to be done in order to improve that position. And the Commission is extremely grateful to you for coming and giving us the guidance that we need to work out a regime that hopefully will, I don't think we'll ever achieve a complete prevention of falls, but we need to go a lot further than we're at the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Rosen, 10?
10 is the time I'm told is appropriate, Commissioner. Yes.
Good. Commission will adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.